Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 14th Annual Army Summit. This year's conference has the timely title of Strength Through Nordic Cooperation and is brought to you by the Norwegian Army together with the Norwegian Atlantic Committee. My name is Viktor Fladmo, and I'm the main elected representative for the soldiers in the Norwegian Army, or hovedtillitsvalgt for Hæren, as we say in Norwegian. I represent the beliefs, opinions, and thoughts of the soldiers, as well as provide valuable insight to the Army staff. And it is my privilege to guide you through today's program. While it is great to see so many of you live in the audience today, I would also like to extend a warm welcome to those of you following us online. We've just heard a wonderful performance by the percussionists from the staff band of the Norwegian Armed Forces. Now, let me tell you a bit about today's program. First, we will have an opening session where we'll hear from the Deputy Minister of Defense, Bent-Joacim Bentzen, and General Darryl A. Williams, Commanding General of U.S. Army Europe and Africa, as well as the Chief of the Norwegian Army, Major General Lars Lervik. Then we'll have a coffee break before we start the first session with the chiefs and commanders of the Nordic armies, chaired by Saira Basit, Dean at the Norwegian Defense University College. After the military perspective, it is time for lunch, which will be served at Oslo Military Society, 3 minutes away from here. When we're coming back again for the second session, Kate Hansen-Bundt, Secretary General of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, will chair the panel with the 4 Nordic researchers. Then again, it is time for a coffee break before we have today's third session about the political perspective of Nordic cooperation, chaired by Elin Ludvigsen, anchor and journalist with Norwegian TV2. Lastly, we will switch language to Norwegian for the Norwegian Army Innovation Award and Value Awards. As you all can see, we have a lot to look forward to. Now, it is my great honor to introduce our Chief of the Norwegian Army, Major General Lars Lervik, who will officially open this year's conference. Major General, the stage is yours.
Dear Ambassador, State Secretary, fellow panelists, and especially audience both here in Oslo and online, it is a great honor to welcome you all to this year's Army Summit. Army Summit 22's theme is Strength Through Nordic Cooperation, and it adds to a large number of both political and military activities and initiatives that have been and are going on at the moment. I am especially glad to see my 3 Army commander colleagues here. This is, I think, a very, very clear signal that we actually are committed to being stronger together. Then I would also like to thank the Norwegian Atlantic Committee for the excellent cooperation also this year. Together, I think we have created a unique venue where we can discuss how military and especially land forces, as an instrument of national power, best can contribute to security and democracy. This year's Army Summit takes place in dire circumstances. There are indications of a global economic recession. Tension continues to be high in the US-China relationship, and potential use of nuclear weapons is back on the agenda. To add to this, the 8-year-long war in Ukraine has escalated into a full-scale conventional war, on a scale which we have not seen in Europe since the Second World War. And this war serves as a strong reminder for me why we all are doing our utmost to prevent war, and also underlines the importance of the ongoing strengthening of the Norwegian Army and the Norwegian Armed Forces. It also shows that even in the 21st century, war is still about raw and brutal violence. It is the civilians that still suffer the most, and that the destruction imposed will take decades to repair. It is clear to me that we are living history, and that we, at best, are entering into a more uncertain future. However, among the few positives the last few months is the unity demonstrated by the Western world in the response to the Russian aggression towards Ukraine. Closer at home, and I think maybe of even greater importance, is Sweden and Finland's decision to apply for NATO membership. Sweden and Finland, as new NATO members, will provide an opportunity for developing a more holistic approach to our Nordic security. Our combined resources, both civilian and military, provides a range of opportunities to strengthen our defense capabilities. But with the Nordic region as one operational area, we will also face new challenges and probably also have to accept more responsibility for safeguarding regional security on NATO's northern flank. Recognizing that we, in many ways, are entering uncharted territory, we have designed this year's Army Summit to help us with different perspectives on where we are and how to move forward. I am confident that we will be presented very interesting perspectives from all the panelists, and that the knowledge we can gain from today will be useful in moving forward. And finally, at the end of today's session, we will hand out some of the Norwegian Army's most important awards. The first award is our new Innovation Award. And I am sure that to be successful today and in the future, we as an army must continuously innovate. And then we will hand out 3 awards representing our core values: respect, responsibility, and courage. The importance of not only talking about these core values, but living them, is underlined both on the battlefield in Ukraine and in our current debate about bullying and sexual harassment in the Norwegian Armed Forces. And I am proud to present 4 very capable award winners that, by example, make our army better. I will now hand the word to our State Secretary of Defense, Bent-Joacim Bentzen.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here as a former Army officer and to open this year's Army Summit. We meet at an historic point in time. Russia's invasion of Ukraine 24th February this year has fundamentally changed Norwegian and Euro-Atlantic security. The war represents the start of a new era for European and international security. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has further widened the gap between Western democracies and an increasingly authoritarian Russia. At this moment, it seems unlikely that Russia will withdraw its forces from Ukraine, despite great economic, military, and political costs. The decision to declare a partial mobilization last week and once more threaten to use their nuclear weapons demonstrates that Putin is willing to go far despite significant costs. A politically and globally weakened Russia may become a more dangerous Russia, with an even stronger reliance on nuclear deterrence, grey zone activities, and an aggressive military posture. The war in Ukraine has also led to significant changes for NATO. The threat that Russia poses along the entire border to NATO increases the need to see different regional challenges to European security combined. The Russian aggression has strengthened Western and Allied cohesion. A united effort on sanctions, donations, and deterrence testifies to this. That being said, we must work actively to maintain our cohesion in the long term. This is particularly important as Russia uses energy and other grey zone instruments as a political weapon, pressuring the European economy and societal stability. In addition, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has resulted in the historic decision of Finland and Sweden applying for NATO membership. All of these topics are strategically and politically important and timely to discuss. Yet today, my focus will be on the impact on Nordic defense cooperation, with an emphasis on cooperation in the land domain, which is the topic of this year's Army Summit. As we currently see in Ukraine, we are once again reminded of the lasting nature and at the same time changing character of land warfare. Also, contemporary wars are fought over the control of land by means of conventional forces. Hence, to build our armies capable of serving our political and strategic aims within a combined joint NATO framework, we must constantly modernize, utilize and exploit new technologies and competence to ensure comparative advantages over our adversaries. Yet, simultaneously, we must understand the enduring nature of land warfare by maintaining our land forces' capability to defend land territories. This government intends to further develop the Norwegian army, bearing this in mind. Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO represent opportunities for deepened and enhanced defense cooperation between the Nordic countries within the NATO framework and also in the land domain. First and foremost, Finland and Sweden in NATO will make our alliance stronger. Both countries have substantial armed forces that will contribute to NATO's security. Furthermore, it means that all the Nordic countries will be committed to assist each other under Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. This represents a historic shift in Nordic security and defense policy. This baseline also underlines the benefits and wisdom of enhanced Nordic defense cooperation within the framework of NATO's operational planning and concepts for development. We should start to expand our planning and commitment in peacetime on how we will act and operate together in crisis and war. This applies especially to defense planning and our ability to seamlessly conduct operations together in our region. It also enables more integrated defense cooperation in peacetime with regards to capability development, defense investments, logistical preparedness, and security of supplies. Expanded and strengthened coordination and cooperation on logistics, host nation support, and total defense will further increase our resilience. I would like to highlight 3 considerations for the security and defense of the Nordic region as Finland and Sweden become NATO members. First, geographic implications. Second, command and control. And third, allied presence and reinforcement. Firstly, NATO's area of responsibility will border Russia continuously from the high north to the Baltic region. We must see these geographic areas in connection with each other. The Baltic region can become an area of strategic competition between NATO and Russia. This will necessitate a greater degree of calibration of activities and exercises in the Baltic and Nordic regions. Furthermore, NATO's European area of responsibility will increase by 16%, and NATO's border with Russia will double. Finland and Norway both share a border with Russia and share common interests, especially in the north. Together with Sweden, Finland and Norway have exciting agreements on cooperation in the North Calotte. Our armies already cooperate closely in the land domain. For example, through increased cross-border training, the increasingly closer cooperation between the Norwegian army in Finnmark, Finnmark Land Command, and the Finnish Jäger Brigade is an example of this. Our armies also have experience in cooperating from exercises such as cold response and will continue to cooperate towards the upcoming exercise Nordic Response in 2024. Secondly, Finland and Sweden will be integrated into NATO's command and control structures. Simultaneously, NATO will have to incorporate the defense of Finland and Sweden into their strategic and operational plans. Deepened Nordic cooperation on operations planning will strengthen the alliance's ability to defend our region. In the land domain, this will primarily be a matter of identifying how our different geographical focus of effort implies on common dependencies and requirement for mutual support. Within this framework, we should explore how regional command and control arrangements in the framework of NATO, both at the operational and tactical levels, could benefit the alliance, the Nordic countries combined, and each country individually. Thirdly, the alliance's ability to reinforce our region is key for the credibility to NATO's deterrence and defense of NATO's northern flank. This requires Nordic capability to facilitate such force projections. Allied reinforcements in our region will most likely also support the transit of Allied reinforcements to the Baltic region. For our land forces, this includes an enhanced ability to facilitate and secure the force protection and seamlessly integrate with Allied joint forces. To conclude, Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO will significantly strengthen the alliance, as well as Nordic defense cooperation. We should move ahead, focusing on our similarities and a common interest, while at the same time recognizing our different national interests. Nordic land forces are well positioned to be incremental in the future enhanced Nordic defense cooperation, as well as NATO. We look forward to further developing and strengthening our cooperation as allies. This concludes my opening remarks, and I wish you a fruitful Army Summit addressing topics of high political and strategic interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insightful remarks. We are very grateful to have you here with us today, Deputy Minister of Defense Bent-Joacim Bentzen. Army Summit is a great opportunity to come together to share unique insight, experience, and knowledge. However, the past 2 years has taught us that digital solutions are also good alternatives when travel is restricted. Thus, I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, who will share his keynote address with us this morning. General Darryl A. Williams, Commanding General of U.S. Army, Europe and Africa.
It's good to be with you this morning. My apologies that it's virtually, rather than in person. I had a great visit to Sweden and Finland a couple of weeks ago, and I look forward to visiting Norway and Denmark soon. I saw that Minister Graham, the Norwegian Defense Minister, was at the Pentagon last week. Secretary Austin said, "We know that we can count on Norway," and that goes for Denmark, Finland, and Sweden too. But I'll come back to that. This summit is very timely. Multilateral cooperation, enhanced Nordic collaboration is vital to the defense of the Nordic-Baltic region against future aggression that has been reinforced by President Putin's brutal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. It's also fantastic that you're recognizing soldiers who have shown extraordinary responsibility, respect, and courage with the Ramprisen this afternoon. NATO soldiers and NCOs are the cornerstone of NATO. I'm going to speak briefly about what the Nordic part of NATO means for the U.S., what it means for NATO, and what it means for our work and cooperation in Europe. Let me start with the current situation in Europe. I'm sure you'll all be following the news from Ukraine as closely as I am, following how President Putin's brutal and unjustified invasion has stalled, following the courageous defense of the armed forces of Ukraine, and following the unprecedented efforts of allies and partners to support Ukraine, including the U.S., Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Sweden. I take 3 key lessons from what we've seen so far in Ukraine: the importance of leadership, the importance of professionalism, and the importance of allies and partners. Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about all 3, so let me focus on the last, the importance of allies and partners. It's why the motto of U.S. Army Europe and Africa is stronger together. President Putin thought that his brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine could break our resolve, break our alliances, break us apart. However, as President Biden has said, when the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. The material your governments have supplied and the instructors from your armed forces who are currently providing basic training for Ukrainian soldiers in the United Kingdom are a vital part of the international support to Ukraine. And it's just not your military aid and training, which is of course helping to make a difference on the battlefield, but also the outpouring of humanitarian assistance. Your governments and people have opened their hearts and homes, welcoming and supporting those who have been forced to flee Putin's brutal and unjustified war. These unified efforts will help Ukraine continue to be successful, will build the enduring strength of their forces, and will ensure the continued freedom and independence of the Ukrainian people. I'll quote President Biden again. In a moment when Putin's Russia has shattered peace and security in Europe, the strength of the transatlantic alliance and America's commitment to NATO is more important than it has ever been. That's why we reinforce NATO's eastern flank, to strengthen our deterrence against any threats of aggression toward the alliance. It's also why Norway and Denmark are vital NATO allies, and why we are looking forward to welcoming Finland and Sweden to NATO. You are already great teammates. You share the same system of values, which is key to sustaining mutual understanding. You've been building Nordic interoperability and interoperability with wider NATO forces for many years. This cooperation, this interoperability strengthens your armies and strengthens NATO. Your armies have a proud reputation for their professionalism. That's been proven alongside NATO and U.S. forces in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq. It's not a coincidence that all of your armies have a strong reputation. It comes from the demands of operating in the high north, in a harsh climate, over extended lines of communication, and with limited infrastructure. Operating in that austere environment demands high-quality soldiers, comfortable with dispersal and isolation. It demands teams with the ethos and mindset to overcome challenges, to press on with the mission, to succeed. And it demands units with impeccable leadership and professionalism. The U.S. Army's Arctic strategy, published last year, highlights the importance of generating forces ready to compete and win during extended operations in extreme conditions. You are masters of that environment, and we look forward to continuing to learn from you and train and operate with you. Of course, regional stability is about more than the Arctic. As Jens Stoltenberg said, Finland and Sweden joining NATO is important. If you just look at the map, you understand that it will change the whole security situation in the Baltic region. It will strengthen our ability to provide contiguous and coherent command and control across the whole of the Nordic-Baltic region. It will strengthen the defense of the Baltic states, and it will strengthen the defense of Europe from Kirkenes to Kherson. Looking at the map without borders, together, the Nordic-Baltic region will constitute one coherent operational area. That really makes us stronger together. In Norway and Denmark, NATO has had a strong, reliable, highly capable allies guarding its northern flank for the last 73 years. Finland and Sweden's accession will provide additional security, stability, and military capability. Together, we will strengthen our alliance, meet the challenges of a changed European security environment, and deter further Russian aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor and a privilege to speak to you this morning. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your service. Stronger together.
Thank you so much to General Williams for his interesting remarks. We will now have time for a leg stretch and a coffee break before we resume to the program at 10 a.m. Thank you to the audience both live here in Oslo and those following us online. We will be back shortly. Welcome back to Army Summit Strength through Nordic Cooperation. For our first panel discussion, we are proud to be joined by the chiefs and commanders of the Nordic armies. With us to moderate this distinguished panel, we are fortunate to have Saira Basit, Dean at the Norwegian Defense University College. Before we begin, we'll watch a video with glimpses of Nordic cooperation in action. Please enjoy.
Jeg hedder Mathilde, og jeg er delingsfører i CBN, Rikke og Sample i Danmark. Jeg er på Regex i Sverige, som er en samarbejdsøvelse for NORDEFCO-landene i CBN. Og vi træner, kan man sige, i et civilt setup, hvor det er politiet, der har et site, som indeholder enten biochem eller RAD, hvor de kræver assistance fra CBN-specialister. Jeg synes, det er gået rigtig godt. Selvfølgelig er der nogle få forskelle i den måde, vi arbejder på, og de instrumenter, vi har. Men jeg synes, samarbejdet er gået rigtig godt, fordi hver nation er i stand til at bidrage med noget, og de her forskelle gør faktisk, at når vi slår os sammen, så kan vi mange flere ting, end vi kan, når vi bare er en enkelt nation, der arbejder.
Thank you for the introduction, Victor, and good morning to everyone. It's great to be here with you today for this year's Army Summit, or I would call it the Army Summit of our times. That is what it feels like when I watch that video. Also, a warm welcome to all of you following us on live stream. We are about to dive into a session that I know will be really intriguing on Nordic military cooperation, which is arguably a happening topic, as we have heard. And as we know, hot topics make heated debates, at least when they're combined with the right cocktail of people. And we have the pleasure today of having the chiefs and commanders of the armies of Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden, which will each share their remarks and reflections, and also join the panel discussion afterwards. And I will actually call that a Molotov cocktail type of panel, talking about the right cocktail of people. And while they are delivering their remarks, I invite you, the audience, to participate in the discussion by sending me your questions through Slido. You may do so by entering slido.com, as shown here, on your personal devices, and use the hashtag ArmySummit22. And then first, we will hear from Major General Gunnar Arpen Nielsen, Chief of the Royal Danish Army. We are so pleased to have you here with us, Major General. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this event. I'm really looking forward to follow the interesting discussions in the remains of the day. The next couple of minutes, I will talk to you about technology today and technology in the future. The development on technology gives us many opportunities. On C2, weapon delivery, weapon effect, logistics, protection of personnel, and of course, artificial intelligence will hopefully help us to get ahead in the ODA loop. But technology also creates a lot of dilemmas and a lot of challenges. First, I will say 2 words about Danish defense. The framework for the development of the Danish defense is the political agreements decided by the parliament. The next political agreement is expected to cover a 10-year period from 2024 forward, securing Denmark to reach 2% of the GDP in 2033 at the latest, but also helping defense to develop and to get the tools necessary to meet the challenges of tomorrow, and to be able to fight an enemy, a peer-to-peer opponent. It is of course nice to have a firm frame for development, but it's also difficult to make a prediction and forecast of the most important technology of the land forces in the future. We cannot foresee the development, and therefore it's difficult to plan and use the opportunities. First of all, it's important to understand and dictate the context or doctrine in which the new technology is going to be implemented. The lessons learned, lessons identified from today's and yesterday's conflicts should still be an important stepping stone for military technology. For example, some have said that the conflict in Ukraine, that drones are winning the war. I think drones can help us win the war, but in the end, it all comes down to combined and joint maneuvers, our doctrine, our organization, our training, and our ability to define clear objectives. So technology is helping us, but to get the advance, it still has to be balanced with doctrine and organization, and it cannot win the war all by itself, or at least not yet. The next challenge is how to use and implement our technology. One of our problems is the specification creep. As I see it, complex requirements are the main cause for delaying the acquisition of a lot of new military capabilities. The 100% off-the-shelf item does not exist. It looks as though most of our capabilities in the future will require frequently updates and add-ons. I think we have to accept the 80% solutions. We need to do more testing and trials of today's and tomorrow's technology, and to stop the PowerPoint engineering. Also, we have to rely on the experience from our allied and partners. If a new technology has been tested and put into use by another Nordic country, then why should the Danish army make its own specifications? We must trust each other's experience and specifications on a new technology. Back to the dilemmas. Technology is without a doubt helping us winning the war, but it is extremely expensive, and it will be relevant, and to be relevant it has to be updated on a regular basis. That means that we often have to choose between the possibility to have larger units that are not completely updated, or to have smaller units that are more modern. At least in the conflicts that we know today, it looks as though, to a certain extent, mass still matters. Another dilemma is the dependence on technology. Today, the Danish army, like many other armies, is connected by tactical communication systems, helping us to translate informations in real time on enemy, own positions, change of plans, and so on. By using these systems, we can act and react really fast, hereby gaining advantage over the enemy. But what if the systems are jammed or stop working for another reason? Then we have to have a plan B. That plan being soldiers who are also trained to fight without the help of technology, using paper maps, voice communication, and compass. And does that mean that today we have to double the training of our soldiers, being able to fight with or without technology? Then the last dilemma: how to make a plan on the development of armed forces 10 years in advance, not knowing how far the technology can bring us, and when it will happen. Can I, for instance, plan on buying tanks tomorrow? Or should I wait to see the development of autonomous weapon systems, see what's happened? Should I buy a lot of trucks for the logistic troops now, risking that in a few years the logistic support is delivered with drones on land or air? In other words, when to put the money on well-known systems and when to put the money on future technology. As I mentioned, the war is still won by combined and joint maneuvers. But we cannot afford to ignore the technological development. We have to get on the wagon and take advantage of the technological advantages. But we have to do it by being smart, and we have to work together as partners and allies to be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights on technology. Technological enhancements have always made armies reach further, hit harder, and get there faster. But as you said, you must also know when not to use it. Thank you so much. Nordic military dynamics are shifting, and a united Nordic military capability may become more comprehensive than ever before. What kind of modern battlefield look like when the armies of the Nordic region are more integrated? It is a pleasure to welcome to the stage our next speaker, Commander of the Swedish Army, Major General Karl Engelbrektson. Thank you for being here with us today, Major General. The stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My task is to talk about the organization of an army in a modern battlefield. So I will put the bottom line up first. Organization does not change very much. And by the way, as far as I learned, it's already decided in NATO that the army should be structured in companies, battalions, brigades, divisions, and possibly even corps. And that has not been a given, because when I took over the Swedish army in 2016, we were a battalion-based army. Hence, my focus was initially to create a strategy that gives clear guidance internally and that is attractive externally. So before I will dig into the organization of armies, I will elaborate a little bit on the generic needs for having a straightforward strategy and narrative for armies. Because even since Genghis Khan and the Roman Empire, armies has to be structured. And basically, we have been structured in the same way. But it's what we put inside the structures, like Gunnar talked about, that is what is important. Because we need to structure, but we need to be modern at the same time. And technology, of course, drives the possibilities of employing true combined arms. I will get back to that. But when we took over the army in 2016, the focus was to build a brigade-based army. And the Swedish motto for the army was 3 + 2 + 1. 3 brigades, 2 brigade battle groups, 1 division. And when creating a narrative and a strategy, it has to be able to give clear guidance for all decision makers internally in the army, hence creating cohesion within army. And I think as an army commander, that is always a huge challenge, because armies are very deferred and have a lot of competencies, and it's not able to put in one platform. It's dispersed platforms and dispersed organizations, and we need a common strategy that is understandable and that can give priorities, because you also need to be able to fund your army and to make the best of the allocated money that you have. So our motto was attractive internally and understandable externally, in the end, for the politicians that are allocating the money. It was based on the needs of having an army that can be truly combined and to be interoperable in an organizational way with partners, and now in the future, NATO. We cannot have a different organization than others. We cannot say, welcome to Sweden, and we have to put you on a course at the National Defense College for 2 years to understand the concept of the Swedish way of having a system. We need to have the same system as our partners. And it boils down to an organizational interoperability based at the core on brigades. Because brigades is the lowest common denominator if we are fighting an existential war. That is not force generation. It is to be able to provide a brigade and support each other's. That's the core of the Finnish-Swedish cooperation, and it has been the core of the exercises we have done up north with Norway in cold response. And I'm looking forward for a Nordic response. And that is actually what we have done when we have together wargamed our assets without borders. It's based on a common understanding of organizational interoperability. Taking that into the long-term strategy, we developed a strategy called SFO, Special Forces Operation for the Swedish Army. The first 5 years was 3 + 2 + 1. That's the structure. The next, the F, is to fill the structure with functions of war and units. And the next 5 years, beyond 30, is to replace obsolete material. So we need, and we are looking forward to, for instance, to have as modern CV90s as Norway has. So to get rid of obsolete material. Problem is that many of the Western armies are too old. They look nice, but our CV90s were built on the same time as the Volvo 745. It's good to upgrade a Volvo 745, but when you have to put in IT systems and USB contacts, maybe you should shift the strategy and buy an XX90 instead, or 90 instead. Because technology has been changed. Hence, we are not no longer writing flat envelopes on the map. The organization is based on brigades and battalions within a division, but they need army-wise to be combined in A2AD bubbles. So we need always to think three-dimensional, hence we are interconnected with the Air Force and coastal areas Navy. So Army has to be based on brigades that are interoperable with Navy and Air Force. And that is truly the organization for the future. So 3 + 2 + 1, the government decided that is not enough. They decided that we need 4 brigades, not only 3, and to establish 5 new regiments, and to buy more artillery, and to buy more engineers, and to buy more intelligence, because we are now filling the structures earlier than the plan, because the strategy was needed, and because of the times we're in, it's even more needed when we decided the strategy. So to conclude, it's not that very difficult, because war has not really changed. In the end, it's on the ground. In the end, people die. Hence, we also need to plan for reserves, because quantity also matters. Thank you for having the opportunity to give a small speech, and I'm looking forward to the Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Commander of the Swedish Army, Major General Karl Engelbrektson. I do drive an XC90, but I'm still waiting for the electric version that has a solid enough battery capacity. You have introduced, actually, the next panelist, which is the commander of the Finnish Army, Lieutenant General Pasi Välimäki, which I would call the polttopullo of our panel. For those who don't know what that means, it's my attempt to translate Molotov cocktail to Finnish. As soon as both Finland and Sweden are ratified NATO members, we may be seeing a reconceptualization of the graduated response plans, as we have started hearing about. And yet another interesting process to follow in this regard will be exactly the interoperability of the Nordic and allied armed forces. What ambitions may lay in the revised Nordic cooperation plans, and how do we secure effective and resilient cooperation? It is a pleasure to welcome you to the stage.
Good morning, General Lars. Thank you for the invite. It's such a pleasure to be here and an honor. It's always difficult to come and talk after General Karl because he's very charismatic and he doesn't use any papers, and I'm still old school. Are we not living interesting times and challenging times in so many ways? Now more than ever, it's very important to prioritize, make clear decisions on the marching order. What needs to be done and in which order, just like General Karl just said about the structures. Clear strategy with clear leadership. We who have served in many peacekeeping and crisis response operations remember the daily reports. Situation is calm, but unpredictable. Now in Northern Europe, the situation from the army perspective, on the surface, it looks very calm, but it's absolutely unpredictable. The further away we look, the more we have fog and uncertainties ahead of us. The question is not how clear and how present the danger is. It is how much time we have, how long the window of opportunity for us to build readiness, build capacity, which brings into the question of mass. You need enough. And then delivering capabilities, the new capabilities. We in Finland have a certain sense of urgency in a pragmatic, very Finnish, subtle way, which we tend to hide. Last spring, our government gave us orders and money to step up our procurement of material, filling our stocks, spare parts, consumables, ammunition, missiles, increase training with our future allies, increase reservist training. As we speak, this fall, we'll have 16,000 reservists called in to exercise and train. These actions will continue next years. From the polls, the will to defend Finland, even if the outcome is uncertain, is as high as ever. Now to interoperability, my actual topic. According to APP6, the ability to act together effectively and efficiently to achieve allied tactical, operational and strategic objectives. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about IT, CIS, C4, ATKIS, MIP, ASCA, about that. I'm not going to talk about technology. It was already covered. But I'll say a few words about what does FISE bring into the alliance in regards to interoperability. A success story from my perspective. In the FISE cooperation, in regards to interoperability, we have set common operational and tactical vision and end state, clear priorities, very pragmatic recommendations for the services and warfighting functions. We have then translated these into lines of implementation, set of plans with precise goals and actions need to take place, which we then have turned into our national training programs and plans and training cycles. All this has been based on operational requirements resulting from operational planning, which Finland and Sweden has done for several years now. So we have this kind of capability already built in, and interoperability is more than just communications. The roadmap we have is not a Word document resting on a shelf or in a data storage. We have set targets for 2023 and 2027 timeframe. COVID, of course, hampered us somewhat. But as you have noticed, last winter, there were Finnish units operating under the command of a Swedish brigade commanded by Norwegian general. So the question is Finland going to tow our troops to someone else? I think we who have served in operations, Afghanistan and many other places, Finns have not been in command, but we have handed our troops to those we trust. You may have noticed also that a few weeks ago we had vigilant knife exercise in Rovajärvi area. It was a real success story of not doing just communications, but military mobility, crossing national borders, customs, traffic laws. We had to go all through the 9 yards of difficulties, bureaucracy, handling live ammunition cross-border, cross-national, RSOM reception of troops, onward movement, staging, and all that had to be done in a very, very fast pace, and then going into operations. We had our joint headquarters at the Högkvarteret as well as our defense command, going all the way down to army commands, down to unit level. All those functionalities, warfighting functions, had to be taken into account. And then we operated. The op tempo was not too high, but it was adequate, and we had to sustain troops on the field. We're not ready yet. Next year, Aurora, Northern Forest exercise, and then comes 24 year with a Nordic response. So exciting times to build forces. And now it's not about companies. We need to look bigger. Battalion size, brigade size. Not only heavy armor, but we need light infantry. We have to have a good combination. So, many have asked, after Finland and Sweden joining the alliance, is FISE still relevant? Well, it's a mechanism we can all utilize, the logics, the mechanisms, in many respects. And we're really much looking forward to cooperating more and more in the Nordic context, because there's a lot we can share. In the future, with the allies, within the alliance. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the words I will cling on to is, with those we trust. Over the course of the past few weeks, we have seen new disturbing imagery from the ongoing war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin has further escalated his rhetoric and was seen to further provoke the situation when he announced the demand for 300,000 reservists to join his war efforts. This happened during the General Assembly meeting of the United Nations, and the timing was most likely not coincidental. To share his reflections, and not referring to Putin, to share reflections and remarks about the latest atrocities across our borders, I'm pleased to introduce the Chief of the Norwegian Army, Major General Lars Lervik. Please, Lars, Chief, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Gunnar, Karl, and Pasi. I'm still learning a lot from you guys. So that was some really three good presentations, I think. And I will follow in the tradition from the other army commanders, not talk about what was actually introduced to talk about, but talking about what I would like to talk about. The soldier is the backbone of any army. And I am proud to call myself a soldier. Over the next few minutes, I will reflect on what we can learn from how the 4 Nordic countries train, educate, and utilize our soldiers. We are different in our approach, but I consider these differences, as the young Danish platoon leader actually said, these differences is a strength from where we can learn and develop. Starting with the Finnish people and the Finnish army, you never forgot the hard-fought lessons from Second World War. You recognize that war could come again, and therefore never let your guard down. Finland maintained a substantial number of reserves and a system for mobilizing several 100,000 soldiers. The last couple of decades, this approach has often been described as old-fashioned and outdated by many experts. However, in today's situation in Europe, no one doubts how crucial reserves are to deter and, if necessary, fight and win a conventional high-intensity war. In our efforts to strengthen the Norwegian army, we are inspired by how Finland utilizes reserves and reserve units to enhance the readiness and combat power of the Finnish land forces. Another example of effective use of reserves can be found in the Danish army. Following basic training, there are several options for a career in the Danish armed forces, with one of them being an active mobilization reserve, closely linked to the standing operational structure. This active reserve provides an opportunity for citizens to combine and develop both civilian and military skills. The result, as I see it, is flexibility for the individual and readiness and access to highly motivated soldiers for the Danish army. I strongly believe that this approach is relevant also for the Norwegian army in our efforts to attract future soldiers, while at the same time developing cost-effective ways of increasing our combat power. Education and training are essential both for the standing elements and reserve components of any army. Looking to Sweden, we see a recent strong focus on strengthening officer and non-commissioned officer training, both in numbers and quality. This reflects that military leadership is at the core of our profession, and that mastering the brutality of war requires both a broad range of skills and competencies and robust ethics. The fact that the number increased well before the units are to be operational also underlines the importance of a long-term approach to education and training. As the Norwegian army is closing in on a period with substantial increase in our manning, we will look to the Swedish army for ideas and inspiration how to ensure that we have enough competent officers and NCOs for the future. So, what can my colleagues learn from the Norwegian army? Restricting myself to one thing, I would like to point at how we use conscripts to make up the main body of our standing operational units. I am very proud of the way our conscripts, led by competent officers and NCOs, solve demanding tasks every day, every week, 365 days a year, at the Norwegian-Russian border, here in Oslo, and on several other locations. I would claim that Norwegian and Nordic youth, when well led and trained, are among the best soldiers in the world, especially when we are operating on our home ground. Adding to the value of conscription comes the fact that most of our enlisted soldiers, non-commissioned officers and officers are also recruited from conscripts. Closing off, I would like to underline to all of you here in Oslo, and all of you listening digitally, there are differences in how we train, educate, and utilize our soldiers, and we can learn from each other. However, I think there is one thing that unites the Danish, Finnish, Swedish, and Norwegian army. We all strongly believe that the soldier is the backbone of any army. Thus, we recognize that to succeed with preserving and, if necessary, fighting to win, we completely depend on our soldiers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for focusing on what education means and that long-term thinking on education is necessary. Military leadership will be the way to success combined with will. And as General Williams said, ethos and mindset is necessary to overcome challenges. Well, it's not always we have this opportunity to hear from all Nordic chiefs of defense, of the armies, sorry. Now we'll move into a panel discussion. So we'll ask the rest of you to join us on stage. And as we're getting ready, I will just give a friendly reminder that if you have questions to the panel, log on to slido.com and use the hashtag ArmySummit22 to ask your question. And I'm looking forward to having you and the audience engaged with the panel as well. Are you excited?
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly.
Well, I promised them tricky questions, so you better give them some tricky questions. But my first question goes to you, Lars. I've heard that Finnmark is better protected from Finland. I've been conspiring with someone. What would you say on that?
Could you say that again, please?
Finnmark is better protected from Finland.
I'm not sure if actually I understand the question, or if I'm actually signing up for the whole premise of the question. I think if we're trying to isolate our security and defense issues to a piece of geography, I think we are missing the point. And especially if you zoom out and remove the borders, Finland, northern Sweden, northern Norway is one operational area. So it's not about Finnmark. It's not about northern Finland either. It's actually about viewing this as one operational area. And to be on and looking at that specific area, there are wide spaces, limited infrastructure, few people living there, and very limited military capabilities. So we better do our utmost to cooperate, is my approach, because that will be the key to succeed, I think.
If I may jump in here and say, it's not only about armies, it's also the Air Force. We need to have air-land integration taking place.
Oh, yeah.
Because in the vast areas, you can't have every corner cannot be covered by land forces. You need absolutely vital the air-land coordination and integration.
Yeah, and then if you go to at least parts of the Norwegian AO, it also leads to Karl's point that we are talking about brigades being able to integrate and combine their efforts with air and naval assets. Because it's not a fight we can isolate to a geographic area or to one component.
Thank you. Moving on to you, Pasi. Another thing that I've heard people say is that the Finnish army will be the true strength of this. It will be like the big brother of the Nordic Cooperation. Are you the only one set up for a conventional war?
No, it's the same as the question that you posed, Lars. It's, I think the right question is, how do we combine all our assets and our capabilities? We are looking at local defense and territorial defense, where it's light with limited amount of armor and combined arms. Then we need the brigades and the capabilities of the other forces to play in and to be working and operating in a coherent manner, including the air, land, sea, space, all that. It's not just land domain.
If I may jump in.
Be my guest.
I think it's important to understand where we are coming from, and we are coming from different points, all the four nations. And if I talk about Sweden and compare to Finland, we did many things right when we were demounting the army. We were logically centralizing, and we had a management perspective, because the task is always given by the politicians. And our task was to be able to contribute to the international community with international operations far abroad. And that we optimized our organization from. But you did not leave the thought that war can actually be still an option. So you kept a big organization, and you also kept the logic from a clear command structure based on clarity in wartime.
Yes.
Whilst we were basing our logic primarily on being efficient in peacetime. Actually, there was a time when we thought that war is not longer even to happen. And that creates another logic. It doesn't mean that we cannot contribute to each other, but it means actually that I learned a lot from Finland and the clarity of what is the functions of war, and especially when it comes to clarity of command and control. That is not the same as having a good machine in peacetime based on logic production of forces.
So cooperation is always about giving and taking, even in win-win situation. For Sweden, do you see any sacrifices coming? What will be the biggest challenges for the Swedish army?
I think it is to maintain the interest that army is needed also when things are getting better, because things will become better. History shows that war comes and war goes. We don't really know where we are in that cycle, but we have learned yet again that in the end war is fought primarily at the ground. Doesn't mean that I'm not for Air Force and Navy. So that is my long-term concern, that our investments are not steady over time. I think generically we can learn a lot from maybe Finland, that regardless of what is happening in the world, we need a credible structure ready to go to war, even in the future.
And if I may say, I think the biggest challenge is not buying equipment or building stocks or whatever we're doing. The biggest challenge is actually our officers, our NCOs. A couple of generations, the only thing they know is how to fight in Afghanistan, Iraq, and other places. So they don't have the pictures on how to cope with main battle situations. So I think in that matter we have to learn from Finland, who have that mindset at all times. So we have to change the mindsets of our young officers and NCOs, and that takes time. Yes.
Thank you. And to you, Denmark is a Nordic country, but Denmark is also located further south and may have differing strategic priorities. Why choose the Nordic cooperation?
Because we have always been close with the Nordic countries, and I think in the situation that we're in now, the Baltic area is of course of Danish main focus, but we share a lot of things with the other Nordic countries, and we have always been close, and it's very natural for us to look towards the north in training, cooperation, acquisition maybe, and so on. I think it's natural.
Picking up on your phrase, Pasi, in those we trust. We are all brothers and sisters in arms, and what you've said today convinces me of that. However, I work together with historians, and we have had a history of wars, unions, territorial disputes. Will trust be there 100% enough to transfer command despite these historical issues?
I don't know what historical issues you're talking
I think the question is more Sweden than Denmark. Yeah.
Actually, it's a draw. It's 11-11 at the moment. So I absolutely trust Karl. No, there's no doubt about it. We worked together for many years, and I think even though history has its own matter, I can say that today we are extremely close, and I would at any time trust Karl. And I think we actually done it. We done it in Afghanistan and other places. So it's not new for us. It's not a new thing.
That is very uplifting.
If I may, trust is something it's not something you can decide on. You cannot decide that we trust each other. Well, I think there is a high level of trust there, and it's based on actually us having done things together. Not this year, but over decades. We have stood shoulder to shoulder in Afghanistan. We are by training and working together, getting to know each other. And being Nordic, I think that's how we build trust in our communities. It's actually by spending time together. And of course, it's very nice that the four of us trust each other. More important, I think, we are, by doing things together now, we are building trust on all levels in our armies and our armed forces. And that is something that will be very, very useful on a rainy day. Because on a rainy day, it's too late to build trust. So that's why I think the importance of training and working together every day down peacetime is something we will be very, very glad that we did, if this actually becomes hard.
Karl?
Yeah, just to pick up on the things that have been said by all of you, bringing it into trust, and if we can also, what are the challenges for the future? Don't forget now that even though that many of the young officers of today have not seen large formations as we did, almost all of them have real combat experience. When I grew up, that was not the case. We had few officers that were combat proven. Now in all our countries, we have a lot of officers that are combat proven, and we still have old guys knowing a little bit on how to build the big structures. So we have to combine that, and we still have time. So in that I have trust. Don't forget that the young generation have very good experiences that most of us did not have when we grew up. And also it means that they have, on an individual level, earned trust in combat together. And when they have reached the ranks of generals, they will never forget that. So we have to have structural trust, meaning that we also have to spend and trust each other's in investments. And that we are also building now from a bottom up rather than top down, aligning our efforts where it's suitable, for instance, in the CV90 club and so forth. So that is also important, to put structural trust, and often it has to do with money.
Before moving on to Slido.com and the questions from the audience, being the Dean of the Norwegian Defence University College, I'm into education. And if I can ask you, I believe that education is core of professional military leaders, and I also believe that in Ukraine, we have seen this mobilization of will, also due to professional military leaders. What's your view on professional military education? How can we also strengthen that together?
I think that's one of the areas where I think there are lots to be gained. And I'm not going to say how we are going to do this, but I think there's lots to be gained here. We have a similar culture. We have similar systems, not exactly the same. So I think there's lots of opportunities here. And I think hopefully within the next year or so, we will actually start testing out different ways of cooperating even closer on education and training. Because I think that's the way forward. And we are, after all, still rather small. So we need to look into, can we actually get more about combining these efforts?
I don't think we can isolate it to only being the military education. I think its mentality is very equal between our nations, and the school systems. Training our young people to be independent individuals, which actually gives us a great opportunity to work with these young people to become soldiers, officers, and so on. So the mentality is as important as the training, I think.
Any views, Pasi?
No. Cast out. So.
I think actually there will be more opportunities when and if, and hopefully, of course, we will be members of NATO, both of us. It will give us a structure that we can more openly see to what are the opportunities in doing that. That combined with the fact that all of us are now investing more in the armed forces, we cannot have the luxury just to do more of what we did before, because now we are actually so much under pressure that we need to find new ways and opportunities. And logically, it's easier to go where you have some common denominators that we have in the Nordic countries. So more of what we are doing, and maybe quicker.
Thank you. We have a question from Hans Peter. How will the Nordic countries cooperate within education in the future? Actually, it's the same question. Is the Nordic Staff College and/or War College the future? You kind of already answered, but if you want to add on to that.
If I start, my humble recommendation would be not to define the organizations first, who is to run what. Try to identify what we can do within existing structures and define what we can do within that, because otherwise we will lose too much staff energy in the wrong direction, and we will never be able to do that if we are not really forced to it.
The Nordics have small armies supported by own national logistics, or did anyone have something to add on that?
I might say something about this. I totally agree with what Karl said. Form follows function. Don't look at the war colleges. It's not the only place where we need education. Very often we tend to look at how many general staff officers we develop or junior officers. It's the NCO core that is essential. And for Finns, that is something that we are reinventing, and we are in the process of developing a new NCO core. And this is where I'm looking at my colleagues here. Hey, I need a hand. How do we do this so that we don't have too much time? We have to get there, and we have to be there rather sooner than later. So it's not only about general staff officers.
I would like to reinforce that message. 80% of the employees in the Norwegian Army are NCOs. And of course, we instead, by looking at the different structures we have for education today and starting to merge them, we should look at actually what do we need. And I fully agree. Competent, capable NCOs is essential to both win on the battlefield today and tomorrow. And I think that's probably one of the big differences between the Russian and the Ukrainian army is actually the Ukrainians have competent NCOs, and that makes a difference. And we are also just started reinventing ourselves in that respect. So that's I think we can learn from each other.
But education comes across the board. If you take, for instance, I had an advice from my artillery inspector saying when we met General Williams, tell the US that they don't divide the questions regarding artillery to 3 different nations or 4 different nations. Tell them just to ask the question and we will sort it out on artillery inspector level, because we work so well together that we need just let us do it and we will find a way to do it. And that happens in all sectors, I think. It's so much going on that we don't even know. And we need to do more of that. So don't start with defining new organizations. We don't really have time for that.
I also think that's a good idea. No new headquarters, but network-based cooperation. Yeah. How can each nation overcome its own internal interests if cooperation or joint procurement is a better choice, but also threatens internal roles and positions?
I can start with the realist approach. I don't think it's realistic that any of us will actually overcome our national interests. They are national interests for a reason. So that's why I think there will be areas where it makes sense to cooperate. For instance, the Nordic combat uniforms, which are exhibited just in the back here. There are potential in the future, for instance, long-range fire, for instance, could an area where we have interest in cooperating. But let's not cooperate because we want to cooperate. Let's cooperate where it makes sense and start from there. And of course, looking forward in the future, but that's outside the military, there could be political and industrial cooperation that are further ahead, but that's sort of like outside my scope, I think.
Karl, would you say something about the rifles, because that's something that is...
Okay. Yeah. So what we do, and I think as a generic thought, is to rather do this bottom up, with the principle of expanding circles of trust rather than top down, starting at 30-something nations. Usually that does not work. But if we can define common interests, so what we practically have done with Finland, we have a motto: cross-buy, cross-use, cross-develop, build security and trust. And it means actually that we are buying exactly the same rifles that Pasi is going to buy. And it's a lot of rifles, and it's more money than buying a Patriot system. But it's not talked about that much, because it's not as fancy. but it's the common core of building armies. And of course, that is based on trust and needs arising basically at the same time. So we are aligning our efforts, and when we develop the rifles that we have now, the specifications, we give that to Pasi, and then he takes on the next. And also it's with ammunition. Why should we not certify the ammunition if we have the same vehicles and the same diameters of our artillery? So we need to do that in the purchasing phase and tell the same requirements to the industries, because then we build real operational value on the battlefield because we are neighbors.
Well, we are redefining fancy these days, so
Yep.
why not look at it as fancy? Next question. How will deterrence and reassurance play out on a Nordic context? Will we see a move towards a shared policy?
Okay, I'll start.
You are the NATO, so
I'm the host, so I better. No, it's I think again, viewing ourselves as one area and allies will of course make it easier to coordinate. I still think that there will be national interest and national ways of doing things because we all have our history. So I don't necessarily think that we need to be totally aligned to be effective. I think that actually by becoming members of the same alliance, that is probably the strongest deterrent signal we can send to anyone. Mm-hmm. And then we all have our national history and our national relations to our neighbors. And that is something that I also think is a strength. Our relationship to Russia is different from Pasi's. Mm-hmm. I think that's a strength. That's not a weakness, because it goes back to our history, and we can play different roles and approaches in slightly different manners.
I totally agree with that. I don't see this as a marriage where you have the same one bank account, and we're not looking at that, but we're looking at diversity of how do you do your best in your and utilize your strengths, and the other guys will compensate on your weaknesses that we have. And when you think about the high-end policy questions, it always comes down when we do operational planning. It goes back to our political decision makers and say, this is our military advice. And then it's up to them to take from there and not mix up military judgment with political decisions. We are giving the advice, and then it is up to our political decision makers to go from there. And from an army commander's perspective, I'm pretty content with that.
Yep. I think to add on to what's said, it's still very important on an individual leadership level, on all levels, to over time build this trust and transparency. So we have to know when we are not aligned to start with, so that we are not running around second guessing what does Norway think and Finland and so forth, because that over time risks to create its own narratives. And then it boils down to leadership on all levels, especially the senior leaders levels, both in military and on the political level. That I think is important. We are not members of NATO, but I know a little bit. I think what we can do even more is to, in the informal process before the NATO process becomes political, we can share our views and see where they are aligned, and then we will be a stronger voice for the sake of good, not being part of splitting NATO in north and south, but having the 360 capacity of thinking, but sharing where and the logics. For instance, how do you define a mechanized brigade? Maybe it's not really logic to have the definitions that is now existing for Nordic northern brigades. So that we can shape together, I think.
But I think Karl actually touches a very important point. It's not Finland and Sweden joining the Nordic countries. It's actually Finland and Sweden joining NATO. So actually, even this time, it's not all about us.
No.
This is actually about NATO. So it means, and NATO is made up of 30 members as of now, soon 32. And these members, all these members have a saying. They have, are all based on political processes and all that. And at least, as Pasi said, that's why I wear the uniform. Actually, to make sure that it's the politicians who make the calls, not the generals.
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm really comforted of that you see a lot of possibilities without huge amount of resources, because that will be a question many people would ask. All of us have just a limited amount of resources, and how much could we put into the cooperation? But it seems like you already see a value in our joint values, but also just operating together or having exercises, joint exercises. Or are there any other constraints concerning resources?
Also disregarding the resources possible, the close cooperation creates synergy, and synergy also is a strength in these matters, and sends strong signals. You talked about deterrence. It's NATO, but it's also the Nordic region, and the strong cooperation is sending strong signals, and it's making each of us stronger, I think, in that matter.
I have a comment on the. It's not all about us training more and more and more. We have enough on our plate as is. Now it is identifying when do we want to train together. There's no point in me bringing fresh conscripts to an exercise where everyone else is already up and running. So you have to really look at the timings and look at when is it feasible, when is the right sweet spot to train together. And for me, sending artillerists from the southern part of Finland up north, it costs just the train transport costs more than the exercise for the troop. So we really have to be conscious about taxpayers' money. It has to be spent wisely in order to create capabilities.
If you heard what General Williams said, take away the borders and look at the map as one area, then it's maybe more natural that we cooperate west-east or east-west rather than the national borders north-south are divided. So there I think we can see areas of cooperation that are logistically, economically sound and operationally sound. It's not only doing operations, for instance, logistics. Where are the facilities located? Look at that without borders. That said, practically we can do much more in operational effect if we are not forced, and I know this is political and I know it has to be law changes, but if we are to move troops across the borders and to fill in a travel reform and saying, do you carry weapons? Yes. Or do you carry explosives? Yes. How much? And you move a brigade of 5,000. It's a lot of paperwork. And the customs office, of course, have their rules. But we need to find a system to really operate soldiers without borders, like our airmen can do cross-border training. That is really operational effect. They do it on a regular basis. So it's a lot of things to do without pouring much more money into it. But we are coming from a rather low level, so it needs to be a combination of money. That is no coming.
Yeah, and just closing on that one, in regards to the resources, I stated in my opening statement as well, I don't see any negative aspects of Sweden and Finland becoming members of NATO. There are only opportunities. There will be challenges. So there will probably be opportunities to save money and potentially to use more money as well. The reason why I think that we really need in Norway to invest into our armed forces, it's not because of Sweden and Finland becoming members of NATO. It's the overall situation that has dramatically changed. And that means that we, both to take care of our own security, but also to meet our NATO obligations, need to take also the resource issue seriously.
Thank you. Picking up on logistics, there is one question here. The war in Ukraine has highlighted the importance of logistics in modern land warfare. How can the Nordic cooperation develop our logistics capabilities? Would you like to?
Yeah, we have come quite far. We have a common concept and even further than that, based on the FISE cooperation. That is a good template to start doing what we have talked about with Norway. And then thinking, like I said, look at the map, see where are the facilities, and not only looking at it as a national problem. Maybe even that can help us quite far. I see a lot of opportunities there. Don't forget that we are still strong industry-based nations, and in the end that matters, and we need to utilize the knowledge base of our respective countries, not solving it as a military problem, and there we can learn a lot from each other.
And it's not only military, it is totalförsvar.
Yeah.
It is comprehensive security, because we need to take into account the logistics system of our existing societies. So the Finnish citizens will need electricity, they will need consumables, they need food, warm, heat, all that. And we have to take that into account also. So it's not just the logistics about it's about resilience and surviving a longer war. It's not. I don't think that we'll see another 3 to 6 day war. That's already gone. And now the Crimea fast in and nothing out after that. I think we have to prepare for a longer war, which has an effect on the whole society. And then comes on top of that, how do you use the assets of the national capabilities to build also the military logistics, cross-border logistics, and then within the allies, within the alliance. Many things that we need to look into.
Yep.
We're not ready there yet.
You know, in army circles, I sometimes hear that the Norwegian Navy cooperates better with the British Navy than with the Army. How do you see, some of you have mentioned multi-domain operations, interoperability. How do you see this in like a multi-domain context?
I think it has been the truth. That years back in Denmark, we had a wording saying joint via combined. And because the Navy worked with the UK and Norway, that was natural. And we didn't have the need, because being a small country, we didn't have the need for the joint operations. But I think in the multi-domain world, everything will be mixed together, and we will be able to actually work in a joint frame. Also, being Denmark as a national, as a country, building joint headquarters, national joint headquarters, and so on. Also strengthening the possibility to work between our countries on a multinational level. So I think it's the joint cooperation is enhancing even in the Danish national matters at least.
I think it's great that the Norwegian Navy has a great cooperation with the British and the US and other navies. That's a really good thing. The same way I think my colleague in the Navy will think that it's great that we are working together with the Nordic countries. Sometimes we I think, simplify this into cooperation. Working together means we need to be located in the same spot. So if a boat and a soldier is not in the same fjord, we are not cooperating. Well, that's not multi-domain operations. No. It's about the effects. So the effects that we actually achieve by doing what we do best on land, combined arms operations, and the Navy do best at sea with their naval operations, is actually achieving the same effects. Not necessarily by being physically together. And I think that will be strengthened as we also add cyber and space and more long-range systems. That becomes even more important. So zoom out, look at the effects. That's the important bit here.
And to add on that, it's already a lot of multi-domain operations ongoing in our countries because we are small. So we have done that because we need to. For instance, the island of Gotland is surrounded by sea, and it has air on top of it. And we have always, on the island of Gotland, I've been the commander there, done multi-domain operations without knowing that it was called that. But the risk is sometimes when we put these fancy words, is that also when we say joint, it means that it needs to be coordinated on a higher upper echelon. It does not always need to do that. It's who are the supported and who has the resources. You conducted a multi-domain operation exercise when you commanded our troops at Cold Response last time.
Yep.
So it is ongoing, and technology will even make it more possible in the future.
And the technology gives us the opportunity to work in a multi-domain society or cooperation, giving us the common picture, whether the sensor is on an airplane, on a ship, or a land-based sensor. Gives us the common pictures, and we can use effectors, whether they are from an airplane, from land, or from sea. So it all kind of melts together, and the technology makes it possible for us. And maybe it hasn't done that for some years ago, at least.
And don't forget space. Last exercise, final exercise we had in Sweden last spring, for the first time we had cyber intelligence, knowing when to move the troops based on the satellites. And it's not very hard, but you have to understand and you have to have the picture so that you are not mentally ruling out stuff because it's complicated.
Pasi?
And here comes the devil's advocate, old school guy, who says that you still have to have maps. You still have to be able to go back to the basics in order to calculate fire emissions. At the battery, sometimes you just lose the connectivity, and then you get the mission, a call for fire, and you have to deliver. And
High tech when we can, low tech when we must, and mission type tactics. That's still.
And that combines. We think alike in this sense. We're very pragmatic.
But that's maybe very army thinking. It was honestly not very long time ago. We thought the next war will be very modern. It will be high tech. It will be cyber. It will be info. But it's very hard to cyber out and info out tanks. They are still relevant, unfortunately, and that's what we see now. So we need, unfortunately, to have both high-tech and low-tech skills, and that we have in our populations, combined with proper leadership and guidance.
Isn't that what we think before every war, that the next war will be high-tech? But one thing...
It is, and low-tech.
One thing that may have changed is like the defense industries, which used to be very military, have moved on to become more civilian. And civilian companies are now pushing forth new technologies, defense technologies. And do you see also cooperation in the defense industry coming? There's already some going on, but how do we build resilience in the defense industries together?
I think that leads to the point that Pasi covered as well. I think it's about our nations building resilience, and an industrial base is an important bit of that. Defense industry, but also actually agriculture and all the other things that we need to function as nations. So yeah, that makes sense, and I think there are possibilities to be made or to be taken advantage of in that regard in the future. And by the way, we are interlinked in many aspects already by NAMO, for instance, which is a where we have So there are areas where we can develop that, I think.
Well, one thing is probably we have not really understood and come to grips with it, is that the amount of ammunition that has been used in Ukraine from the beginning of the war, it's not hundred thousands, it's millions of rounds. And imagine how long it will take with the peacetime establishment factories to deliver that replacement of those ammunition. It's going to take years. And we might not have those years. So we really have to look at what kind of production lines we have and what are the capabilities then comes the question of raw materials that are needed for electronics. that are needed for just basic high explosive 155 millimeter round.
Yep.
So these are the things that we really have to think also in the a bit longer term. It's going to be a long way to produce the amount of ammo that we would need. From a Finnish perspective, we would have to fight a war of 9 months.
That said, there are many opportunities, and we need to redefine part of our business and redefine part of our way of purchasing or acquire material. For instance, you touched upon bringing civilian industries into the mix, because we need maybe sometimes to redefine and allow us to redefine what is military and what is civil. And I think in Australia they say they don't pay for stuff twice because it's government money anyhow. Maybe we need to have this civ-mil dual-use projects that were in the shaping in EU to take some steps forward. I think practically we need to help SMEs to deliver to the pot rather than overburden them with requirements, so that they are not providing their core skills, but have to employ a lot of people to fill in the papers the right way. That is not the right way to bring in small and medium enterprises into the mix, because that is the strength of all our nations, is that we have small and medium enterprises with high-tech people with a lot of skills. I think also that we need to think about not only stocks, but availability. For instance, we are talking about, and I hope we will be able to introduce a new model, talked with Morten Brandvik in Nammo, for instance. Why don't we buy steel powder and igniters and put them separately, the dry milk concept? If you put water into dry milk powder, the best before date starts ticking, and you need a freezer or a fridge, and then logistics costs more. But if you store them separately, you can store them for a longer time, and it costs less. So we need really to be more creative. Common bottom line is that we need to fill up, and we need to cooperate in a different way. There we are all coming from a good position because we have strong industry bases.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see the innovation prize of the Army is in place. We still have a few minutes to go, and the audience wants us to move back to Ukraine on ground. What is the panel's thoughts on the main battle tank on the modern battlefield in light of the staggering effects from light weapon systems in Ukraine?
I can start off. The main battle tank is an essential component of a mechanized brigade combined arms system. The same aim as artillery, infantry, drones, and I can continue to list. So when looking at and trying to observe what is happening in the Ukraine, and also looking at how we plan to fight, it's not about individual system. It's actually about having this combined arms capacity. And if you start removing components that system will collapse. And what we have seen in Ukraine is mechanized brigades working together with lighter brigades, both in the defensive and in the offensive, very, very successfully. And that's because they have the combined capacity, and they are well led.
And when that does not happen, then individual systems can be very effective.
Yes.
But still, we have to protect our systems.
Yeah.
We have to protect our main battle tanks. It's an important weapon, and we can use it, especially in offensive operations. It's very important to gain the possibilities of maneuver. But today, with the modern anti-tank weapon systems, we have to protect our tanks from these systems. Otherwise, they are too vulnerable, and we lose them. Like we've seen, the Ukrainians have a lot of success fighting the Russian tanks with the anti-tank weapon.
And then it comes down to technology, meaning you need to have active protection system, but it also comes down to tactics. Because when the Russians are operating without any infantry to help them, tanks are easy to pick off. So again, it's about both having technological development, but also actually focusing on the tactics.
And then you need a good combination of light forces and main battle tanks and how they cooperate together. And understanding the conditions that you're operating in. Up in the Arctic, in the northern Lapland area, it is completely different, the engagement distances, as when you go into the southeastern border or southeastern Finland, where the engagement distances are 300 meters to 600 meters. And then you go up north, and it easily comes up that you can fire 2 kilometers away. And then you need several kinds of tools, and that's why we call it combined arms operations, because you combine different kind of capabilities in order to have the effect.
Clinging onto the notion of protecting systems, there is a question on cyber from the audience. How well prepared are the Nordic armies for a coordinated cyber and physical provocation attack?
Okay, you can start.
No, please.
No, but just to give an example, yesterday I had the pleasure to be with Martin Wienen, the commander of the Royal Netherlands Army, and he had his first new CV90, and that was the first cyber-hardened CV90 that have been produced. And so it is coming down from the very technical level to be one of the more integrated requirements. But then, if you boil that up to more tactical, the training motto for this year is, if you emit, you will be hit. I don't know how we should solve it, but I know that we need to train, that if we emit too much, we will be located and we will be hit. Hence, we need to be dispersed, and we need to have camouflage, and we need to have signal discipline and all of that. I don't know the answer, but I know that we have identified that as a severe challenge.
I think that looking back on what we have, and we are able to be digitally interoperable to a certain level, and that we should continue to work on that. And that's doable on army and armed forces level. However, if you look at the cyber threat as a whole, it's not only about the army, it's not only about the armed forces, it's actually a total defense issue. So it also stresses that Sweden and Finland becoming members of NATO, it's not only about getting the armed forces to work together, it's actually how do we get the nations to work together on all issues related to security, including, of course, cyber space and others as well. And that will, at least if in Norway, involve lots of key players that are not military.
Thank you so much. On that note, I won't call it happy, but it's very necessary. We have run out of time, and it's been a real pleasure to listen to the debate, and I hope that you in the audience got some insightful reflections. I did, at least. We've heard on the various concepts, military perspectives on Nordic cooperation, and I'm sure for the answers that were not replied, continue the debates, and we will keep on debating as well in this crowd, I'm sure. Yesterday, someone said that I haven't met him for weeks. Sorry, I spent some time talking over there, but we started missing each other, so to me, it's very, very promising. I would call you an explosively eminent panel just to fulfill the Molotov cocktail reference. So thank you so much to all of you, and keep the debates going, and let's give the Army Chiefs and Commanders a round of applause, which they really deserve. There's a lot to look forward to in the rest of the Army Summit program. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much to the brass ensemble from the staff band of the Norwegian Armed Forces. I hope everyone has enjoyed their lunch and that the conference's first speakers and remarks have spiked some interesting discussions and reflections. It is a great pleasure to introduce our next moderator, Secretary General of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, Kate Hansen-Bundt. The Norwegian Atlantic Committee is co-hosting Army Summit with the Chief of the Norwegian Army. Kate will take us through the research panel. Please, Kate, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And welcome back from lunch. I hope everybody enjoyed that. Also, those of you who are following us online. Welcome to this panel where we will dive further into the Nordic region and discuss similarities and differences and challenges in security and defense policy among the Nordic countries. With me to discuss this, I have 4 staunch men from 4 different Nordic countries. I will introduce them in a minute. Because I was just set the scene by saying that seen from outside the Nordic region, the 4 Nordic countries looks very similar. We have, of course, not forgotten Iceland, but they do not have their own army, so that's why they are not with us today. We are all relatively small populations with responsibility over large territories, either at sea, land, or overseas when we include Greenland. We are all wealthy and well-functioned democracies, and we share many basic values and goals as foreign policy actors, including a steadfast and vocal commitment to safeguarding the rule-based international order. But if we look closer at our different history, geographical location, defense structures, and military forces, as well as strategic culture and geopolitical outlooks, we find considerable differences between our 4 countries. While Norway has been oriented towards the Atlantic and its huge neighbor in the east, in north, Denmark has been looking west and south, being dependent on the situation on the European continent through history, or should I say, Germany. Sweden and Finland are both strategically dependent on the Baltic Sea, but Sweden has also been looking south when Finland has had to follow closely the developments in the east along its 1,304 kilometer, correct me if I'm wrong, long border to Russia. In this panel, we are eager to find out more about our differences and similarities, as well as discuss how Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, February 24th, has changed the understanding and debate of security and defense in the different Nordic countries. And will these differences between us, how will this impact on the 2 new NATO newcomers, on their integration in NATO? So I have asked my 4 men to prepare for short remarks discussing their respective countries' debate on the 3 following questions. 1, threat perception. What type of relationship has your country had to Russia in the past, and how has this changed after the invasion? 2, defense structure. What adaptation and policy changes, if any, has the war in Ukraine had on national defense planning so far? And what will NATO integration require? The third question I've asked them to look into is the connection between NATO and EU. How will including Sweden and Finland in NATO and Denmark joining the EU common security and defense policy potentially change Nordic security and the possibility to cooperate closer on security. Please welcome, in the right order, from Norway, Magnus Håkenstad. Please come here. Research Fellow at the Norwegian Institute of Defense Study. From Finland, Charlie Salonius Pasternak, leading researcher at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Please, Charlie. And from Sweden, Magnus Pettersson, also former EFS scholar, now professor of international relations and head of department of economic history and international relations at the Stockholm University. And last but not least, from Denmark, Sten Rinning, professor and vice dean for research at the Faculty of Business and Social Sciences at the University of Southern Denmark. Great panel. 4 men. Very good. We will also remind you to ask questions. Please use the QR code on the slide here next to me. So, Magnus, I think I will start with you. I asked you to prepare 5 minutes introduction. How does the new situation look from Norway?
Thank you very
Please.
much. Ladies and gentlemen, as Kate already mentioned, it is traditional, and anybody who has done any comparative research on the Nordic countries knows this, that it is traditional to start by noting all the similarities between the Nordic countries. Stable, affluent, democratic, liberal, more or less social democratic welfare states, and then to remark how surprising and intriguing are all the differences when it comes to the topic in question. And this applies to any field of inquiry. Education, immigration, industrial policy, public management, whatever the policy area, the Nordic countries seem to have a knack for scattering themselves as far across the spectrum, with no real pattern, to end up as far across the spectrum as possible. And then this is usually explained by invoking the different historical experiences, their geographic location, perhaps political culture, and the institutional and constitutional frameworks. And until just a few years ago, defense and security policy was a prime example of this tendency, with, of course, the different threat perception, historical experiences, force structures, different alliances. You all know the story. And all these differences have tended to frustrate and derail any ambitious plans for Nordic defense cooperation, historically, leading to the old joke that the most historical examples, really all historical examples of successful intra-Nordic military cooperation or war cooperation in wartime stems from the time when 2 or more of the Nordic countries ganged up on the other ones. That is, we have mostly made war on each other, and I think the Danish chief, was it, mentioned the 11-11 between Sweden and Denmark. It's a draw for the time being. It seems that this might be about to change, and cooperation and convergence even is the order of the day. So the question posed to us was to what extent does the present situation, or the situation since the 24th of February, change the security and defense policies of our states. And when it comes to Norway, the short answer is not very much, at least not yet. The overall impression, which you can tease out of the Norwegian public statement and the policy so far for the last 7 months, is the overall impression is continuity, stability, predictability, responsibility, and also perhaps a touch of complacency. There has in Norway been no major policy initiatives comparable to the Finnish or the Swedish decision to apply for NATO membership, or for the Danish changes in Danish EU defense policy. Some here in Norway have argued for reconsidering our decision to remain outside the European Union, and the present crisis has highlighted the disadvantages of being outside the EU decision-making processes. But in the present political situation, any change in Norwegian EU policy seems very unlikely. There has been calls for a much greater emphasis on deterrence as opposed to reassurance in the relationship with Russia. There has been suggestions to scrap our hallowed self-imposed restrictions, for instance, inviting permanent basing of Allied or US troops, even close to Russia, but these suggestions have not really had much impact.
There has been certain increases in Norwegian military readiness, vigilance and activity, but most of it has been very discreet, and it has certainly been nothing to compare to the visibility and the magnitude of, for instance, the Swedish readiness measures taken in Gotland in the Baltic Sea this winter. And the long-term development of the Norwegian armed forces continue according to the established methodical long-term planning scheme. Currently, work is proceeding in 2 separate external commissions and in the defense staff to inform the next long-term defense plan, which is to take effect from 2025. There has been no signs that these processes or the implementation of the current plans are being expedited in any real way. The 2% GDP goal of defense spending remains just barely out of reach, at the same time as Norway makes money hand over fist through the increased gas prices. This might not be a good look when seen from outside. Early on in the crisis, the Norwegian armed forces did receive an immediate extraordinary budget allocation of 3 billion Norwegian crowns. That is about 5% of the current defense budget. This was to cover immediate expenses and some of the more pressing needs. This was a one-time payout, and it's not comparable to the increases signaled in, for instance, Sweden and Finland. And the government has hinted that further increases in defense spending will come. We will see when the next national budget is published next week. But otherwise, it's also, when it comes to defense spending, it is steady as she goes. That's the order of the day. The one major break with established tradition has been, in Norway, has been in the question of military aid to Ukraine. And after some initial hesitation, Norway scrapped its long-standing prohibition on weapons deliveries to states at war, and Norway has made substantial contributions in, for instance, heavy artillery. Otherwise, the Norwegian approach in the present circumstances seems to be steady as she goes. Keep calm and carry on, and indeed that is more keep calm and carry on as before, and not keep calm and make Molotov cocktails, which is the original meaning of that term. So why is this? The generous interpretation of the Norwegian approach is that there is no real need for drastic measures, which is in many ways a reasonable position to take. Norway is, after all, firmly in NATO. The defense budgets have been increasing markedly for the last decade. Steady progress has been made in the fields of readiness, total defense, national defense planning. Even as far back as 2007, Norway took the lead in reorienting NATO's attention towards regional threats, as this was known then, that is Russia, of course, and establishing a threshold defense against Russian aggression within an allied framework has been the overarching goal of Norwegian defense policy for quite a long time. If anything, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has reaffirmed and strengthened the key pillars of Norwegian defense policy. Support for NATO membership is at historically high levels, and the government's approach seems to have broad popular support. Russia's barbaric war in Ukraine has validated, it seems, the threat assessments underlying our present defense policy and moved them out from the more closed expert circles and out into the general public. There seems to be general agreement that Russia really is very dangerous. However, even these assessments, the basis of our present long-term plan, they seem to have been far too optimistic now. The less generous interpretation of the Norwegian approach is that in our desire to not act rashly and not get carried away, we proceed too much according to business as usual. It is no secret that Norway is not adequately prepared for war or for a sudden escalation of the current crisis. The armed forces, they are professional, they are modern, they are competent, but they are also, and especially the army, is preciously thin on the ground. The current plans for strengthening the armed forces, they have long time horizons, 4 to 12 years, and 7 months into the greatest military crisis since the Second World War, there is no palpable sense of urgency in either Norwegian public debate or in, it seems, in Norwegian defense policy circles. Either way, the long-term planners have their work cut out for them. The world is changing fast, mostly for the worse, and in that light, good news are always welcome, and there seems to be near universal agreement that the accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO is excellent news of the highest order. It has been pointed out that Norway will have to adapt to no longer being the sole outpost of NATO in the north, as the saying goes. And as cooperation deepens, we will certainly discover new differences and challenges, differences in approach, culture, and opinion, probably where we least expect it. In the larger scheme of things, these are mere quibbles, and a solid alliance with our closest neighbors represents, in my opinion, and as far as I know, the opinion of most of my colleagues, the greatest improvement to Norwegian and Nordic security, at least since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And I'm sure we will get back to the challenges in the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Magnus. How does it look from the Finnish side, Charlie? Is it keep calm and carry on and make Molotov cocktails?
Yes, but all in secret.
Yeah, exactly.
It's I'll return to it, but one of how I describe Finnish communication, especially from authorities, is do, don't talk. This has slightly changed in recent years, but there's an argument for this. So I'll take this as the introduction to say a few words. Yep. In Finland, I'm, to the chagrin of some, known as someone who throws lots of Molotov cocktails or grenades into the public debate. But I figured, since I was the guest, I should actually answer the questions that were addressed to me. And then maybe in the questions, throw some grenades. So first, thank you for the invite to come here. It was a pleasure, and I learned a lot yesterday. I'm sure we'll continue. I will jump directly into historical relations with Russia. Now, as part of the Swedish Empire, there were lots of wars that the Finns would then fight. As part of an autonomous Grand Duchy that's between 1809 and 1917, there were more freedoms, more repressions, but really no wars with Russia, which was a nice break from our history in general. Then 1917 to World War II, it was mainly about, I'll say, almost ignoring Russia, except at the very borders, looking for allies and partners, someone else to fight the next war with. A period of history and an approach which is conveniently forgotten in much of Finland, which many people will think we never wanted allies or friends. 39 to 45 was, of course, just about survival. Then we get to the Cold War, where accommodation, I think, is the most diplomatic way of saying this. But there are a few key lessons, which is why I bring these up. One is, do not become involved in great power conflicts. And NATO was seen explicitly as a tool of this, just like the Warsaw Treaty Organization. Second one, which is somewhat mythical, but no one will come and help Finland. We will be left alone for good and bad. These both have had an impact on Finnish NATO debate and understanding of what it is to be allied or not. Now, post-Cold War, you could say maybe pragmatic, sectoralized. Trade was trade, energy policy was energy policy, defense was defense. And I would say the history and the sectoralization is what saved Finland's defense, because the military was able to say, look, we will take care of this. The next conflict will come and we'll prepare. All wars have not ended. So probably a good thing there. And post-February, I will shift to, but I would say maybe a more comprehensive view on this. Now, traditionally, Finns have tried to separate between the Russian people and the Russian regime, whether or not Soviet Union or Russia. But this is, of course, being put to the test as we speak, as more and more what in Afghanistan would have been called military-aged males who are also Russian reservists are showing up at the Finnish border, and what to do with them. There's a legitimate discussion and no one right answer, I think, to that. But in terms of the Finnish political leadership post-February 24th, well, President Niinistö said the masks are off. Prime Minister Marin said trust is completely gone for at least a generation. And even the military had a shift, because when I did my service, we had this mythical yellow adversary, or A2 yellow. Now, funnily enough, I only had to learn to identify Soviet and Russian equipment. There was never any Western equipment that I had to learn to identify as such, or their weak points. But now it can just be called Russia. And this is, of course, convenient if you're allied, because it would be really difficult to talk about deterrence if you can't name publicly who you're trying to deter. So a good, if subtle, change. But of course, then there's a recognition that, especially since we have a long border, there needs to be practical cooperation. The Finnish and the Russian border guards, again, as we speak, are communicating, which is just like in Norway, I've seen as a necessity. And the last reflection on kind of post-February relations with Russia, Finland, just like Norway, sending weapons to Ukraine. Now, Finland has chosen not to publish what it is sending, except the first 2 tranches, I think, and there have been 8 tranches so far. So it's left up to OSINT people to discover Finnish grenade launchers, artillery, as well as armored personnel carriers there. Who knows what else have been sent. Then in terms of changes to the defense and defense policy, which are separate. Well, defense policy is easy. NATO membership, rather obvious. And this is where I guess my plea to the existing NATO members are. It will take a tremendous cultural change to learn to go from we alone to we with others or allies and their support. Now, the change was dramatic. This is the only thing I'll say about the process. For 20 to 30 years, or 20 years, let's say in polls, 20 to 30% of Finns were for NATO membership. Then in the space of about 3 months, 3.5 months, it went to 75%. There's nothing in Finnish history that has changed this dramatically or quickly. And support is higher than for the EU even. So a dramatic shift. Defense then. Well, the bigger changes actually happened after 2014. If the Finnish government in 2014 January had needed a trained together army unit, they could probably have gotten a special forces platoon or something, not just cobbled together. That's of course not the case anymore. It's this massive shift from a training organization to a readiness organization. We'll talk more about that. Long-range strike became completely operational. A new, I'll call it a battle idea, training, etc. And of course, continued acquisition in terms of F-35s and things like that. Then, in terms of cooperation, I mean, the obvious thing has been said, all of Northern Europeans' defense, or Northern Europe's defense, can be replanned. Not just the Baltic Sea region, not just the Nordics, all of Northern Europe's. But it'll be done in regional, multilateral cooperation, as we heard in the panel earlier today. It'll also be interesting to see, because kind of one of the excuses for sometimes not being able to do things has been, oh, well, we have different memberships. And this is, of course, a pitch for Norway to reconsider EU, but, you know, and on your own time. But this is no longer an excuse that works for the Finns and Swedes. So it'll be interesting to see how politicians travel through this trip, as it were. My final, I guess, reflection in terms of the potentials for cooperation, because so much has already been said, is look at the locals. It's the local people in a comprehensive security defense approach. The civilians, the reservists, they are the institutional memory, because the cadre rotates every 2 and 3 years, and then the cadre have to be taught again about what this is like. It's also the local people that know, if you need to move this mechanized unit, where should they be refueled? How much is in the refueling stations, etc., etc. And so for the next time, I guess, when the army chiefs travel, leave the staffs at home and take the local business people and some reservists with you and make sure they interact. I think that will be a key thing. This requires changes of laws. For example, security clearances and lots of little things, but I think it'll be a concrete development which will add to the societal resilience in defense, not just the militaries working together. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Charlie. So the Finnish approach, do, don't talk. How do this look from Stockholm, Magnus? The Swedish perspective, please.
Thank you. We talk a lot in Sweden, as you know, so thank you so much for the invitation. First of all, it's always very nice to be back here in Norway and Oslo. Since I worked here for 12 years, I know many of you in here, and I'm so glad to see you again. Kate asked us all 3 questions. If the full-scale attack changed the threat perception, the force posture, and the relations to institutions. And in the Swedish case, it's quite clear that the short answer is yes, yes, yes. But since I have 5 minutes, I can out-deep that a little bit, because I think that this is not something that happened overnight. It's a longer process that has led to this change. So first of all, as Charlie also said, Russia has been an unpleasant neighbor the last 500 years. And I mentioned the Swedish security policy and defense structure always. Then we had a relatively nice period after the end of the Cold War, but I would also like to point out that I think in the Swedish case, the 2014 war, February 2014, was the real wake-up call, as Anders Fogh Rasmussen expressed it. And Sweden realized that to be a partner is not the same as being a member. But the Social Democratic Party wasn't really ready for a NATO decision at that time. They realized that Russia was prepared to use force to achieve political goals and so on and so forth, and breach the European security order and so on. But there wasn't really a NATO debate back in 2014. But it changed the Swedish threat perception of Russia back to normal, so to speak. And the second one, force posture. What Sweden did, as many other Western countries did after the end of the Cold War, was to transform its forces from territorial defenses to expeditionary defenses. And that ended with 2014. The Georgia war in 2008 was noticed, but the real, as I said, the real wake-up call came in 2014, and it turned the thinking back, very much back from expeditionary to territorial again. And it also, since Sweden had so few forces, we had 29 army brigades during the Cold War, and now we had 2. So we have to think defense of Sweden in a Nordic context already back in 2014. So the Nordic Cooperation that has had so far been about economy was suddenly transformed more and more gradually to a territorial defense of the Nordic-Baltic region, and Sweden started to write defense agreements with a lot of countries, including great powers such as the United States. The deepest defense cooperation was with Finland, of course. There was also has been large exercises and also very interesting in 2020 and 2021, these regional agreements on not just coordinating defense planning, but also integrating defense planning. All this was done before February this year. And also there was a turn in defense spending. Sweden had scaled down its defense spending from around 2% in 1991 to almost down to 1% before 2014. And when 2014 came, the discussion also came to blow up the defense posture, and these things takes a very long time. It wasn't sort of coming to an end until the defense bill in 2020 when the Swedish government decided to increase the defense budget historically much, 50%, around 50%, from 1% to 1.5%. The army were supposed to double from 2 brigades to 4 brigades. We, as Karl said, we open new and old regiments, air force bases, and so on and so forth. And the difference now is that the Swedish politicians, after February this year, is that the Swedish politicians want to give even more money. 2% is the goal now, and sort of making the defense posture more robust. So, the third question about institutions then and the Swedish application for NATO, I think that the historians will probably tell what's exactly happened in the future, but it seemed like the Social Democrats this time was sort of cornered by external and internal pressure. There was external pressure from Finland and probably also from other NATO countries, and there was an internal pressure also in the Swedish political system, because the Social Democrats was alone, except for the Left Party and the Greens, to not have changed their mind about NATO. So the Social Democrats was also internally pressured in the Swedish political system, and then the decision suddenly came. But this decision shall also be seen in a longer perspective, I think, from the end of the Cold War, when the Swedish policy could be described as a neutrality policy, until 2022, when we can say that it is a solidarity policy. That is also a gradual change in which the NATO membership is a logic, I think, effect of that, the last step on the solidarity road, so to speak. We must remember that the Swedish government started to sort of adjust the Swedish neutrality policy already in 1992, when they started talking about that neutrality wasn't the goal, it was one of many options in the conflict in the neighborhood. And then we had Sweden joining Partnership for Peace in 1994, the EU in 1995. We contributed a lot more than many NATO countries actually to the big NATO-led operations in Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Libya, and so on and so forth. So this has been it has been a gradual process from neutrality policy to solidarity policy, and now we are at the end of that road. That's how I interpret it. Lastly, what does this mean then for Nordic security and defense cooperation? Well, in theory, the sky is the limit now, of course. We have an historical opportunity to actually build a trustful Nordic defense cooperation. But we must also remember the history of sort of our countries. I mean, Finland and Norway has been dominated by Sweden and Denmark for hundreds of years, and there's deep historical things that we have to take into consideration when we cooperate. And also, as was kind of mentioned earlier, Sweden has been viewed both by Norway and Finland as a kind of betrayer in security policy and defense issues historically. So, thank you.
That was a note to end on, Sten. We are talking about here changing our mindset, both in Finland and Sweden. Norway, it hasn't happened that much. In Denmark, it's also a change, because you have been maybe that nation that has been fighting in the most scary places in international operations since the beginning of the 90s, together with the US and the UK. Are you, in a way, coming back to the Nordic region, please?
Well, thank you, Kate. Thank you. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be back in Oslo. We're not coming back. We're not even close to coming back. And I think that is what we need to keep in mind. I think in many ways, Denmark is like in the 1980s, right? When we used to say that the United States was so fortunate because they had President Reagan, they had Johnny Cash, and they had Bob Hope. We had our prime minister, but no cash and no hope. And so we're back. And if that is going to be Nordic Defense Cooperation, it's going to be pragmatic, as we heard this morning, but it will have no punch. And we just so happen to live in a day and age where we need punch to deliver on defense and deterrence. And Denmark is not there. And so I think the question is, will Denmark or will the Nordic countries be pragmatic? We can trust they will be pragmatic, but will they deliver punch? And I think this brings us into some politics of where does the Nordic region fit into a NATO framework? And I'll focus my comments on that, and I'll get back to Denmark, the unhappy story. But there's something to be said for if the Nordic countries are serious about delivering a defense and deterrence punch, they need to ramp up politically. This cannot be just about the chiefs being trustful and cooperating. That's important. But it has to have political backing, there has to be money and attention, and the education of publics to deliver. And so that raises the questions for me, as a NATO scholar, how would a Nordic region or a Nordic club fit into the NATO framework? Because we happen to know that NATO has never liked sub-clubs or sub-regions or regional groupings, because while they provide integration within the club, they divide NATO. And what is divided can be manipulated from the outside. So the rule of thumb in NATO is, don't go there. Don't regionalize your defense cooperation at a political level. You can be smart about pragmatic solutions. And of course, it has happened. Club dynamics have happened within NATO. But here I'd like to call attention to something that has intervened, and that changes the game. Back in the day, when you had clubs within NATO, it was, in a way, okay, because we had an institution that could tolerate it and that could nurture the issues that drove the club back into the fold. So we saw it in Afghanistan, the Regional Command South grouping. We saw it in Libya, the strike countries, they were sort of out front. We've seen it historically with the Eurogroup led by Britain to sort of find a common solution to the fact that Britain would like to withdraw its troops. We saw it with the Scandinavian allies, Denmark, Norway, when the Greek became a military dictatorship in 1967, they wanted to gang up on Greece. The institution was there. The Secretary General, how that all was configured, was there to give time, patience, not become involved in the subgroups, to build the community back to a point of consensus, collective consensus. That was the foreign ministerial, sometimes defense ministerial NATO. It was a club of defense and foreign ministers running it, making sure that we don't divide too much. We don't no longer have that NATO. We have a prime ministerial NATO. It has since 2009 been led by former prime ministers. And there's a reason for that. And that is because NATO's condition has changed. The first prime minister, the Great Dane, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, was brought in to manage Afghanistan and Iraq. So it was the duress of international operations fragmenting NATO. You needed prime ministerial muscle to manage that. It has continued. Burden sharing under Trump, now the return of strategic competition with Russia, China, Ukraine. That need for prime ministerial muscle at the helm of the organization is very much needed, and the US needs it to run NATO. And it has to be a European, it has to be someone with political muscle. That means if you want to set up a club, you no longer have the foreign ministerial guys to sort of get that club working and get it back into the fold. You have a prime minister who's going to make demands on the club and say, how does that fit into the big project that I have and that the US wants to happen for the alliance? So the moment you set up a club, you're going to be swallowed up into a big project and you have to deliver. And so this gets me to some questions. Well, actually, NATO had one prime minister back in the days. That was Paul-Henri Spaak, the Belgian. And he had been prime minister, and he became NATO Secretary General. And he came in and he said, I'm a politician, not a diplomat, and never a civil servant. And he crashed. He crashed out. He was disillusioned. He left politics because the alliance was not behind him. It was clubbed. And NATO does not want that to happen again. So the questions I have for Nordic Defense Cooperation, and I think for Denmark, I'll get Denmark into this, are a couple of political questions, a couple of military questions, all about the Nordic region within NATO. The first one is political. How will Nordic Defense Cooperation deliver on the US desire to see a new division of labor? That will require some heavy contributions. Denmark is very good at thinking about the US. And they've been good at doing international operations because the contributions were fairly small, and we could do the small piece, and then we could sustain it because we just had to rotate the small pieces. Now we have to deliver big in one go, and we're not there. So if we pretend that we're gung-ho in our neighborhood, the US is going to look right through it and say, what are you in fact delivering? Another question it raises is, how will the Nordic Defense Cooperation, how will it pull in Britain and Germany as Baltic powers? Because they have muscle. Denmark can do Britain. We've done that all along because we wanted to travel with Britain and fight with Britain in Afghanistan and Iraq as well. But what about the Baltic? We need a lot more German firepower in the region. And Denmark doesn't have very developed defense relations to Germany, certainly not defense political relations. So there's a huge task for Denmark to say, well, we're pragmatic about the Nordic cooperation, but how are we managing that with Germany? And then on military implications, is Nordic defense cooperation about defense, or is it about deterrence? NATO has gone from deterrence after 14 to defense. Because no one wants to be overrun for 20 days by Russia because we've seen what happens. So there's a shift. I'm not saying it's either or, but there's a shift of emphasis. If you want defense, you need to defend in place. You need to project mass, and you need to do it quickly. Denmark is not there at all. Like at all. We're still in the 2014 model where we'll, in 180 days, we'll be calling on you. So we're going to come late to the party. Are we then thinking about deterrence? That would be nuclear deterrence. And that would mean thinking about escalation. We're not there at all. There's no nuclear debate in Denmark. It's entirely off limits. So I think the good question for Denmark and possibly the other Nordic countries is, how will we deliver on the regional plans that Secure has under his strategic area of responsibility plan, his plan for his area of operations, responsibility, I'm sorry. The regional plans under that, how will we deliver on that? I think that's a pretty good question. I don't think Denmark has answers. So ultimately, I think the Nordic cooperation, defense cooperation, makes a lot of sense in terms of being pragmatic. But let's not fool ourselves. Nordefco cooperation was about cost efficiency. I think, Karl, you said it. That was about having peacetime management, low-cost peacetime management, running defense forces as IKEA. But this is different. This is defense and deterrence. So you have to think it differently. I think the defense forces can do it, but I don't think Denmark certainly is not where it needs to be to frame Nordic defense cooperations in those terms. And so I think the challenge for Nordic defense cooperation is, what does it mean in an era of strategic competition?
Yes, I think I will pass that question on to your colleagues. Let's start with Magnus.
Could you please repeat the question?
What does Nordic cooperation mean in a time of strategic competition?
Well, that's a big question, and I don't have an answer ready to hand. But I think
I can try
to reflect on it, and I think the situation is much the same in Norway. That the implications, large-scale implications of this major shift, has not yet been thought through. It came about quite sudden, and it surprised us as well, I believe. And that's what I'm coming up with at the moment.
Okay. I'll pass it on to Charlie, and I would also like you to dwell a little bit on, you said in Finland, we don't talk about it. Deterrence is all about showing what you're able to do. So how are you thinking about future deterrence in Finland?
Thank you for an excellent lead-in. I was exactly going to talk about deterrence, readiness, and communicating it. But I want to jump on the kind of what we could do. Well, one is buy some strategic enablers to actually be able to tell the U.S., look, you no longer need to reserve these. You can use them elsewhere. Mm-hmm. And I think that we can do, at least if we include Germany into this project. Another one is nukes. I mean, considering how NATO's nuclear weapons are still to be delivered, if you say NATO will have twice the border with Russia, the odds are that a nuke will have to be delivered through Finnish airspace. This will require a slight cultural change in public debate in Finland. Well, first it'll require people who are competent enough to talk about it and analyze it behind closed doors and then have the public discussion. But since the Finnish government, one of its 3 arguments for joining NATO was to get under the nuclear umbrella, I think it would be morally bankrupt to not participate in it. It could be snowcat, it could be any number of things, but for Finnish politicians to say, we don't really like this nuke thing, but we would like the umbrella, I think is, as I said, morally bankrupt. In terms of then communicating, I occasionally work as an interpreter as the Finnish Defense Forces communicates things about readiness, but in such an opaque way that it requires, a translator. I'll give you one example from beginning of this year. So everyone almost noticed Sweden's actions to raise readiness. And I was asked about it from international media. Oh my God, isn't Finland doing anything? Doesn't Finland care? I said, actually we do. And there's a lot of things that have been done behind the scenes. But this is the level of communication that also is probably good for our future allies to realize when Finns are being clear. A stream of posts on social media, Twitter primarily, which showed certain things. One example being NASAMS air defense system being loaded right outside of Helsinki. I have seen hundreds of pictures and videos of conscript reservists loading this. What I had not seen before is one difference. The color of the stripe on the missiles was different. It was the "we're no longer screwing around" version of the missile. Same thing in pictures of who is leading operations. Usually it's the police who's given assistance the military gives assistance to the police. Now quite clearly it was the military leading operations where the police, border guard, or customs were along. But you really, really need to understand Finland to be able to read through some of this messaging. This will probably have to change as we're allies. We heard earlier, we don't have to say the same thing, we should be aligned, but we do need to speak generally the same language.
Magnus?
I had time to think about it. I come up with
okay.
something.
Come on.
There are certain tendencies in the Norwegian public debate about defense and security, and which can come out the wrong way. The way we, for instance, have often talk about reinforcements, the NATO reinforcements, sort of the grand Norwegian plan is to hold out until our allies come and save us, and sometimes that comes out as if we are entitled to reinforcements. And sort of the whole point for Norway about being in NATO, as for most of it, has been to be under American protection. And sometimes when people talk about our new friends in NATO, that is still the framework. Of course, we need to remember that they are also in NATO in order to be put under American protection. They are not seeking Norwegian protection. But then sometimes also it is determined how great this is for Norway. Now we have a huge buffer and a strong Finnish army and the Swedish Air Force, and this makes everything much better for us. Of course it does, but it also comes with costs. And initially, at least, there were a few voices who said that this is an excellent reason not to spend much more in defense and not to strengthen Norwegian defenses. We are still in the Nordefco peacetime framework. We can save money. We can have large economies of scale in many areas, but I think that is a fundamental misunderstanding to think in those terms at the present moment, where the lack of punch is the real problem, not the lack of cost efficiency. Yeah.
So, Magnus Pettersson, we need punch. 25 million Nordics. NATO will not, they don't like subgroups. How do you see the situation when you listen to Sten about what can the Nordics do in a time of strategic competition?
Yeah, no, I also think that that Sweden needs more punch, even though we are scaling up our defense forces quite a lot now. We need even more punch. And I think also it's important to, when we talk about both deterrence and defense, to also, we tend to focus only on the military means, and but it's also about economy, for example, in relation to Russia and China, and also about, for example, during the Cold War, we had an embargo on high technology export and so on and so forth. So you must not forget those dimensions of this. But I think that from a Swedish perspective, I think it's really important now that we come into NATO, of course, but also when we do, that we learn from the inside how NATO works, because we don't really know that. We know about partner NATO, but we don't know about the real NATO so much. So I think that both Denmark and Norway has they should mentor us regarding those issues when we come in. So and when we know that, it's going to be easier to understand how we can contribute, I think.
Okay, we are talking about the value of education, and the guy behind on the side with you is writing a book on NATO at the moment, so maybe you should keep the contact with Sten. I have a lot of questions. I had prepared a lot of questions myself, but the audience are eager to ask you questions. One from Karl Anna Eggen. to all of you who ask, how will deterrence and reassurance play out in the Nordic context? Will we see a move towards a shared policy? Let me start with you, Sten.
A shared policy. I think, if I understand the question correctly, yes, it will have to be shared. And I think the reassurance will go to the frontline states. So the question is, again, from my perspective, is how can Nordic defense cooperation be extended to the Baltic countries, because those are the countries that need reassurance. Poland to an extent as well, because they tend to go ballistic if they feel insecure. And that will have to be a common response. And it gets into, there's a fine line between reassurance and effective defense. But it gets into, we need a common understanding of what is modern defense. And whenever you hear the word modern, you should be skeptical, right? Because that's normally countries like mine that has too few resources. They say, we'll do it in a modern way. So yeah. we'll do the cyber defense for you, and if you bring smart the armor, defense. Right? Smart. Yes. And so I think that there's a hidden debate. It's partly hidden on what is really collective defense in this day and age. And the element of mass and in-place defense is the one that countries are least eager to provide because it's expensive and difficult. But that is part of the reassurance piece, getting agreement on what are we talking about.
But I think maybe the question also referred to a Norwegian debate on Russia to deter but also assure this balance of self-imposed restrictions. And I don't know if the two newcomers have been debating that, if you will impose self-imposed restrictions on your NATO membership, not having forces so and so north and so forth. Have you looked into the Norwegian example? Please, Charlie.
Yes, in fact, the Norway model was mentioned about 2,000 times in the Finnish parliamentary debate and public debate, until someone pointed out that there was no specific Norway model. This wasn't a contract or anything like that. Now, that said, I think the President, Prime Minister, and Defense Minister have all said Finland is joining NATO without any limitations. Probably because we don't know what the future holds, but also because we've seen what Russia does if you suggest there will be self-limitations. Down the line, they will say that you've broken some sacred trust or some other garbage that they're going to come up with. And so it makes sense. Now, in terms of the reassurance, one of the things that I think probably there'll be discussions, I assume the gentlemen in the front row have had these, and we'll have to have them for the Nordic responses. What do you tell the Russian counterparts? I know Norway had a good exchange with some Russian counterparts on this is what cold response is about, etc. So that seems to make sense. But on the other hand, there's no, if you just look at Finnish geography, there isn't a map here, but most of you might be able to imagine it. There's no sense of saying you can't practice the defense of Finland east of this. I mean, because the attack will happen there. It's not a successful defense if Lappeenranta turns into Mariupol.
But so also you will not tell them, you will just do.
Yes.
Magnus.
Yes.
You have a comment?
Yes, I do. And it's interesting, and that's we are separated by an almost common language, because reassurance in Norwegian context has a very specific meaning.
Yeah.
As was real, it's reassuring Russia. We have to deter them, but at the same time reassure them that we have no hostile intentions, and of course manage the whole thing up north in ways that don't lead to provocations or escalations or misunderstandings. And this is a very central part of Norwegian defense policy and Norwegian strategic culture and identity. And it is not without its pitfalls, because there are several paradoxes with this. Because one, it assumes that Russia might be scared of Norway. or of Norway, and with NATO behind it. And everything points to them not actually being afraid to be attacked by NATO, as the Chief of Defense is fond of pointing out. And I think it's a very good point. They have stripped all their units along the Finnish and Norwegian border and sent them to Ukraine, where they have taken massive losses. So they do not actually fear an offensive from us. And the second thing is it's the very Norwegian-centric Norwegian perspective when we think that, well, okay, low tension and stability in the high north is very good, and we are very good at maintaining it along with Russia. And we, perhaps subconsciously, we take the credit for that. We are good Russia whisperers, we are good Russia wranglers. And especially in the present situation, you have to be very careful how you phrase that, because the implication is that others, perhaps the Baltics or Ukraine, are not as good at handling Russia as us. You can see how that implication might be very unfortunate. And the third paradox with the Norwegian emphasis on reassurance is of course that, and the self-imposed limitations, no flying east of this longitude, no nuclear weapons, of course, no foreign bases. How shall I put it? It assumes that we are able to, we lay restrictions upon ourselves in order to influence something we might not have that much influence over, which is Russian perceptions and plans. And we also place restrictions on ourselves when it comes to things we can control. And I'm coming back to my main point, which is that we need more defense spending, because we are very careful about not increasing the defense budget. That's a large self-imposed restrictions in a field where we actually do have full control.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in very quickly about this community with Russia? I mean, Finland, because of political reasons, has created for the public, not for the military, probably not for our allies who have functional intelligence systems, but has created a fictional stability. Russia has not behaved towards Finland like a normal neighbor would. It's just been a political choice not to actually talk about it or give examples, except some airspace violations. But as I have written years ago, if you think that that's the only way Russia has tried to annoy Finland, then I have a bridge to sell you.
Magnus, in Sweden, any self-imposed restrictions? How are you discussing your NATO membership?
Yeah.
Of course, you have to strike a deal with Turkey first.
Yeah.
And how does that look at the moment? And are you discussing some kind of a Norwegian self-imposed rules?
I think that the Social Democrats want that. They said that.
Excuse me, I don't hear you.
I think that the Social Democrats want that, but I don't think that there are any kind of limitations in the actual application. But I also think that people don't understand how these kind of reservations work, because I mean when the Norwegian government, for example, said that they wouldn't allow storage of nuclear weapons on Norwegian soil in 1957, they don't ask NATO before; they just decided it. So it's something about that people in Sweden don't. And that's what I said before, they don't really know how NATO works. So the debates tend to be a little bit weird.
Yeah, but you are to a certain extent looking at different models also in old NATO countries. Of course, we are discussing our self-imposed restrictions from time to time because the world looks differently. As Sten said, we are in a situation of strategic competition where Russia is behaving very different than it did before.
Yeah,
so to a certain extent, I don't know.
But it's also about what is the military need. Do the United States or France or the UK really need to store nuclear weapons on Swedish soil? I don't think so. So it's I think the debate is a little bit strange.
I have one question here anonymously. As the armies of the Nordic countries are quite limited, will the Nordics consider to cooperate with the European Union on security and defense? Magnus, that would be a little bit challenging for Norway. although we are linked to the European security and defense policy in a way. Could you start out?
I don't think that is very much in the cards, but I'm not really, that's not my field. I do think that the Finns will take exception to the description of their army as limited.
I was about to.
Yeah. I think that the NATO framework will continue to be by far the most important.
I'll just follow up with that. Is it so that when Sweden and Finland, both EU members, now join NATO, the Brits are out of the European Union? Will this strengthen NATO in European defense? Or do we find a new kind of divisional labor between the two organizations, Charlie?
I'm sure it'll continue to evolve. I'm rather partial to not drawing very specific lines, but recognizing, and finally I think everyone in Finland has recognized, if you're talking about traditional military defense, it is NATO, period. You can probably do some cooperation on material and acquisitions and so on through the EU. It's kind of defense research fund and things like that. And then the EU actually has competence to do many of the things that in Finland fold into the comprehensive societal security resilience model. So they'll have to work together. And if I can just say, if you look at NATO's 7 baselines, they look surprisingly much like the Finnish ones. And there's a reason and a long story behind that. So certainly NATO has some resilience work, but from a societal perspective, it'll be the EU on security as opposed to just defense, I think.
Magnus?
Yeah,
from a country that has put all its eggs in the EU basket for many years, now had changed its mind?
No, I think it's going to be easier now to cooperate actually between NATO and the EU with Finland and Sweden in NATO, because it becomes clearer who does what and so on and so forth. And I think that the tendency the last years has also been that there are more and more clear that NATO is sort of taking care of the military defense and the EU kind of the rest. But but I think it's going to be easier both for the organizations but also for Finland and Sweden to sort of act in
Dan, you just joined.
We just
after
joined
30 years the EU Foreign and Defense Union.
Another club that has no hope and no money. And here we come.
No punch.
No punch. So I think the EU-NATO question is vastly overrated in terms of division of labor. The EU cannot deliver on defense, but it can deliver on something else that NATO needs. It can deliver on technological innovation and defense industrial development as part of an internal market. And that's where the EU muscle is in terms of defense. It will do some crisis operations, some training facilities in North Africa, etc., and maybe NATO will do that as well. Some coalitions will do that as well, but that's not going to be the trademark of the EU. There's resilience as well, resiliency. That's a shared task between NATO and the EU. There's military mobility. It's a NATO concern, but it's an EU product. And again, on technology, the Trade and Technology Council that has been established across the Atlantic is between the US and the EU. But NATO has the Defense Innovation Accelerator, Diana, and the trust fund to invest in dual-use technology. So this type of, I wouldn't call it a division of labor, but integrated cooperations between the two organizations is the new agenda. And I think the Nordic countries are pretty well positioned to help further that. I don't think the problem comes from our region, but from different quarters of Europe.
From an island out there in the foggy Atlantic. We will have to have the Brits aboard to a certain extent because they are a heavy military power still. I have a question here from Ragnar. What does the panel think about the Scandinavian Army Land Headquarters? And where should it be located?
In Denmark.
In Denmark, let's start with Sten. Where then?
I don't know about military structures. That has to be worked out. I really don't have a good answer to that. Again, I will really say that make sure that it ties in with Secure's regional plans, because they're stuck politically. The area of operations responsibility-wide strategic plan of Secure is pretty well defined, but the regional plans under that are politically blocked. And so if we think structure, I think we would want to pull that into these regional plans and help them come to fruition. That will be my cop-out of the question.
Probably some suggest that we will not even be part of the same command headquarter, the 4 Nordic countries. I jump to you, Magnus. What do you think?
I have no strong opinion on this, and I think that is up to the likes of these gentlemen to see at the practical implications, and then the politicians to figure out. But it is an intriguing notion, and it has been an unfortunate tendency in Norwegian defense policy, at least the last years, to when you need to move something around to make a point, and especially to have a bigger footprint up north, you don't actually have a battalion to move around, so you move a headquarter instead, quite close to the front. Our current joint headquarters is now, thanks to Sweden and Finland joining NATO, is now again safely far behind the front, which is a much better place to be.
Okay.
But I would mention that of course, this will have all sorts of implications, but I would like to highlight one, I think, overlooked aspect, and one of the really big advantages of Sweden, especially joining NATO, because now the supply lines east to Finland and the Baltics will, of course, go to Trondheim, to Narvik, and to Gothenburg, and this will help the Norwegian army immensely in securing the supply of the 4th essential category of supplies. You have ammunition, you have fuel, you have food, and you have snus, which is what the Norwegian army runs on. So securing the Swedish match factory at Gothenburg will be a major Swedish contribution.
Okay. Magnus Pettersson, question also goes to you.
No,
the country of snus.
I don't know. I can't. I leave it to these guys to discuss the headquarter issue. But it's interesting what you say, Kate, that maybe Norway will be a part of former or the new renewed Atlantic Command instead of it's that's probably going to be a tricky one.
Yeah, because we have different strategic orientation. We are a blue water Atlantic country. Denmark also, to a certain extent, but also linked to the Baltic Sea. But Charlie, I don't know if you have some thoughts on this with the headquarter and strategic orientation.
Well, in terms of strategic supplies, I was thinking I need a vodka shot because, of course, the original Molotov cocktail came from the state alcohol factories in Helsinki or in Finland during the Winter War. I don't really care in the sense that it's the professionals should know where it goes. I'll just know this: since there's a wide spectrum of experience in planning large land operations, wherever it is, there should probably be a kind of misbalance of where the planners come from. With all respect and love to all of the NATO members' planners, some have a little bit more experience in planning how multiple brigades operate in a forested environment, for instance, that has a lot of snow.
Okay, I'm looking down on the front row here. Another question which also goes on this regional new component. Arthur asks here, why is Germany mentioned as a part and a possible punch in the Baltic state region, but not Poland? Sten.
I could have mentioned Poland, but I think Poland will be busy with their land frontier. But they are obvious to mention. I think so. Period. But there's a difference between Germany and Poland, nonetheless, and that I think Poland has a much greater sense of exposure to the threat from Russia. Now, especially now that Russia is allowing itself to move into Belarus in a major way, and we probably haven't seen the end of that. So I think that will be their strategic orientation. And the Baltic Sea is where we need to rethink how Russia will secure its lines into Kaliningrad. And Germany, I think, will be the decisive Baltic country with muscle in that respect. Denmark will certainly not have the muscle, but we can bring something to the table, but we need to do it with the countries that can address that. And I don't think we've seen from a Danish perspective, we haven't seen the full extent to which we will have to focus on the Baltic Sea area in our defense policy. Because we keep talking international operations, not so much any longer, but the Arctic, the North Atlantic, but we're underinvested in the Baltic region, and we will be exposed. And so that has only just begun, and I really wouldn't want to have Denmark think about it without Germany. Why would we do this without Germany?
It's also very interesting when your prime ministers, together with the Icelandic prime minister, visited Oslo beginning of August. Olaf Scholz came here. So the whole Zeitenwende, the whole change of mind and operation that is set in move in Germany has also changed their way of looking. Of course, they are looking east of the threat, but they are looking much more north for a partnership, does my colleagues in Berlin tell me. So I think we will see a whole change. Someone mentioned Northern Europe. It's not only the Nordics, it's Northern Europe. And we have been cooperating in Lithuania with also the Dutch and the Germans for a long time. So this will be very interesting. It's 7 minutes and 50 seconds left. I have to pick one question where they ask if you can give some advices to the guys on the front row here. If I can just find it. What would be your advices for a strengthened Nordic military cooperation to the heads of the chiefs of the army, but also to the politicians who are coming after you? Please, I start with you, Magnus.
Well, I think
your best advice.
Yes, the guys on the front row, they did give a very good impression of actually knowing and trusting and having each other and having worked together for real. And I don't think I have much to add, but I would like to just comment on how fascinating there has been the change when it comes to what is in and what is out, what is in fashion and not. When about 10 years ago, I was at a conference at the Defense College in Stockholm, which was a joint Finnish-Swedish thing with officers from Sweden and Finland. A great conference and a big dinner, and after the dinner, all the Swedes went home because they lived there, and me and all the Finns went back to the hotel, and of course we drank the bar dry.
Yeah.
And then I was able to make some sociological, anthropological observations of the Finnish officer corps, which very crudely I divided into two. You had the Navy officers, at least the ones I spoke to, who were fluent English speakers, Swedish-speaking, urban Finns, and also fans of joining NATO. And the army officers, that were mostly artillery officers, of course, I spoke to, they did not speak very good English, and they were very skeptical about NATO, because they said, if we join NATO, NATO will destroy the powerful Finnish army, and we can't have that.
Okay.
And so the change, because as was mentioned, the Finns have been seen as slightly old-fashioned, and not with the times, but now, of course, having a huge army with lots of artillery is just the thing, and I also think that, and that will be my advice for the Norwegian chief of the Norwegian army, because we have heard a lot of talk in recent years about this army reserve, but we have not seen very much of it, and we would like to hear more and see more, and perhaps the Finns could teach us a trick or two.
Okay, that was a good advice. Charlie? You have this big army. You are fashionable at the moment.
Yes, I have to say, I can't tell you how many times defense attaches in Helsinki used to ask me, Charlie, when are you going to get rid of this old-fashioned conscription national service system and all this? And I haven't heard the question in a little while, so that's nice. In terms of advice, well, I think to the generals here, my advice was about taking the civilians and reservists in as the institutional memory. Politicians, two, I guess. One, accept time use for decision-making exercises. Like, it may seem like a waste of time spending a day or two doing it, but the process of thinking and going through it, even if the scenario seems incredible, is probably useful. And I can tell you, not every Finnish politician has spent enough time on it. The second one is talk about Article 3. Not always about what assistance is someone going to give or where does Finland have to send some forces, but what we've kind of been discussing here is ensuring your national defense is credible so that as a politician, you can go to Brussels, and even if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you can at least say, hey, our defense is on shape. That will make all of our lives much easier.
So steady your own home first, yeah, Magnus?
Yeah,
Take care of your own.
When I listened to you, I thought that you had a very good approach to sort of start from the bottom and work upwards and not the other way around. So I think they know what they are doing.
Sten.
All right.
Good advices.
So I think you are doing very well in terms of building trust between your institutions, and you're exercising together. My advice would be to do even more, if you can, in terms of meeting, practicing together, learning to get each other, get to know each other. Exercises can be one thing, but exchange programs between your key staff so that you rotate in. It can be short, it can be long, but you don't really know another organization. I come from a university where we have vastly different cultures. We could never cooperate in earnest. So never underestimate the power of culture to prevent your cooperation. And I would really focus on that, human capital. Politically, my advice would be, don't sell us a story about the beauty of Nordic cooperation for all kinds of cultural and historical and political nice-to-have reasons. If you want Nordic defense cooperation, make sure that you know what your level of ambition is and that you can resource it. If not, you'll lose your publics and you will lose your credibility.
And on that note, I will ask the audience to give them a big hand. Thank you very much for a very good debate. Even if you all were men, we managed to get through it, even with my bad voice. So, now we have a break, I think. Or, yeah, Victor. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Kate. I think we are many who got new inspiration and reflections from listening to your conversation with the great researchers in the panel. I think this is what makes this year's Army Summit extra interesting. The three different angles on Nordic cooperation. First, the military professionals from this morning, then the researchers we just heard, and later on, the politician's perspective. Now, we have time for a short break before we resume at 2:30 p.m. and our third panel session of the day. Please stay tuned. It is energizing to be back. I hope everyone following our live stream has logged back in, as we are about to welcome our final moderator of the day. It is a great pleasure to welcome Elin Ludvigsen, a familiar face to our Norwegian participants. Elin is a prominent journalist and news anchor with Norwegian TV2, known to bring us the latest news from all around the world. The next panel is chaired by you, Elin. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that really kind introduction, Victor. It's a great pleasure to be here at Army Summit, and now we are ready for the political panel. The rapid changes in the security environment in Europe and the Nordic has been substantial since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the 24th of February. And we are living in historic times where several nations have left traditional policies in order to meet the situation and secure regional stability. And shortly, we will hear from Denmark, Finland, Sweden, and Norway, each with different insights into defense and security policy. And you have heard this before, while they are delivering their remarks, I invite you in the audience to participate in the discussion by sending me your questions through Slido. And I think you know how to do it now. You may do so by entering slido.com and on your personal device and use the hashtag ArmySummit22. The first politician to share her remarks and reflections with us is Mrs. Ine Eriksen Søreide. And Søreide is a member of the Norwegian Parliament for the Conservative Party and chair of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence. She is also a former Norwegian Minister of Foreign Affairs and former Norwegian Minister of Defence. Please, Ine, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Elin, and thank you so much for the invitation. And I apologize in advance for any occasional coughing or loss of voice, but you will have to bear with me. I've been asked, as all of us in the new panel have been asked, 2 or 3 questions, and I will follow the very good example of Major General Lervik and say that I want to talk about what I want to talk about. So I'll just pick a couple of the questions and try to fill out as much as possible. I'd like to take all of you back to the fall of 2013. I was at my first ministerial as a defense minister of NATO, 5 days into my tenure, and we had a special guest at the ministerial. It was the Russian defense minister. He was up at the podium with the then Secretary General, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, and it was quite a good mood, I would say. There were exchanges of gifts, and at that time, and this is really important to remember, at that time, Russia was perceived as a strategic partner to NATO. There were even countries within the alliance who, with serious mind, thought that Russia could become a NATO member someday. And then we go to the spring of 2014. The next NATO ministerial. And what happened during that ministerial was the annexation of Crimea as we sat there. And I tell that story just to illustrate how quickly things changed. And in my opinion, the real watershed is 2014. So what happened in February of this year was actually a renewed attack on Ukraine. It was a continuation of 8 long years of war, which has already cost more than 15,000 people their lives and caused enormous humanitarian sufferings. And I think it's important to have this backdrop because almost simultaneously, in January 2014, we assumed the chairmanship of Nordefco. And at that time, before the annexation of Crimea, I think it's fair to say that Nordic Defense Cooperation was not something that was highly prioritized. It was, as many have alluded to, also something that was tried to be a part of, for instance, joint procurements that didn't work out that well. But I can tell you that after the annexation of Crimea in 2014, Nordefco changed dramatically. Suddenly, It became an arena for the Nordic defense ministers to talk about security policy. From that day on, we started discussing how to share information. We started to discuss how we could use each other's air bases in times of crisis, something that had never been done before. And I also noticed a big change within NATO. And I sat in those ministerial meetings for 8 years, both as a defense and a foreign minister. And I disagree a little bit with Sten in his account of NATO not being interested in regional alliances or cooperations. There was a lot of, I would say, renewed interest in the Nordic defense cooperation, not because it should serve as any kind of example to any other regions in the alliance, but primarily because it was seen as a way of strengthening NATO collectively by taking on board partners. At that time, of course, everyone was keen for NATO to expand with Sweden and Finland, but Sweden and Finland was not that keen to be part of the alliance. Now that has all changed, and I will not go into the details of that. But it's also, in my opinion, no doubt that adding Sweden and Finland to NATO represents a major change in the positive direction. And there are some reasons for that, and I will very shortly get into them. We also used a lot of political capital to draw NATO's attention up north. And it's been very eloquently put by many of the other panelists here why this was necessary. But for us, it was necessary for one particular reason. We saw the Russian reinvigoration of their bastion defense concept. And that meant strategically a whole lot to NATO as an alliance, but also to our regional security, whether you are in NATO or outside of NATO. Because very bluntly put and very easily put, you could say that Russia have the capacity, because they need to protect their assets up in the north, they have the capacity to effectively cut off the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap, and by that, the Allied reinforcements to Europe. And that is a strategic challenge to the whole alliance and also to the region. We also saw that at one point, especially after the annexation of Crimea, we had to deal with a little to zero warning time for anything to happen. And that is also a major strategic shift compared to how we were used to thinking. And one of the main advantages, I think, of Sweden and Finland joining NATO is that we now get to see fully the axis going from the Baltic Sea region to the high north, because we anticipate if anything happens from the Russian side, it will most likely not start in the north, but it would very quickly translate up in the north because they need to protect their bastion defense concept. The biggest change, I think, and that is probably something that you see on the military side as well, one of the biggest changes that will take place when Sweden and Finland enters into NATO is that now we can use everything we do on a daily basis, training and exercising with the Swedes and the Finns, and actually employ that in crisis and conflict. There has been a certain caveat up until now, because we haven't had the same defense plans, we haven't had the same security guarantees or the same umbrella. So we could do everything up to a certain point, but then we couldn't do much more. Now we can do it from A to Z and without the caveats. It is, sorry. It is also, I think, important to remember what is taking place when it comes to the alliances that we will now have in NATO. 23 of the 27 EU members will now be NATO members. And in our region, if we put Iceland aside for just 1 second, Norway will be the only country in the Nordic region who will not be both an EU and a NATO member. And add to that, when Denmark now has abandoned their reservations on defense policies in the EU, of course that amounts to also a new perspective on alliances, and how to deal with that in addition to the military ones are something that we need to discuss. So I've always said that if there is a felt security void in the Nordic region, that has to be filled primarily by non-EU members becoming EU members and non-NATO members becoming NATO members. And now we're almost there. and you and I'll just leave it hanging for, yeah, you know. So to a couple of the issues that we were also asked to talk about, namely, what do you see as the biggest threats to the region or to the different countries right now? Well, it's always interesting, of course, to quote Harold Macmillan. He said at one point when he was asked during a time of crisis what was the most threatening issues to his government, and he said, events, my dear boy, events. And there is a certain truth in that, but it's not only events, and I will just very quickly point to some of them. One is, of course, that we will have to deal with a very unpredictable Russia. Unpredictable in the sense that they have not been in this situation before, we have not been in this situation before, and it's always very difficult to predict how this is going to play out. Secondly, political instability also on our own continent is an issue. When Germany is now seriously talking about social unrest, there is all the reason in the world to think about how that is going to play out and who will take advantage of it and try to use this as a political tool. And I can tell you that, of course, Russia, as all of you are well aware, is going to exploit that to the best possible sense they can. They effectively use information operations to try to sow divides not only between countries, but also within countries, in order to pressure governments onto backing away from sanctions, backing away from support to Ukraine. And of course, energy is the perfect tool to use, and they are using this. Mind you also that the Russians in their doctrines are talking very openly and very explicitly about information confrontation as a tool of war. The third thing I'm concerned about is a certain fatigue. Fatigue in the sense that now European countries are really seeing and feeling the consequences of this war. And the necessity of keeping the eye on the ball, keeping the support for Ukraine, and understanding that this is not only a war that Ukraine is fighting. I've said a couple of times that when you deal with Russians, either as a minister or in any other respect, you have to be aware of the fact that if you do not push back or answer to the claims that come from the Russian side, they will take it as an acceptance. Meaning they will not stop until they are stopped. And that is why it is so important to see the long line from Georgia to the invasion on the 24th of February. The lack of Western response in 2008 in Georgia, in my opinion, enabled the annexation of Crimea, which again enabled the invasion on the 24th of February. And why? Because the lack of response made the Russians think that it's okay to push on. And this is the same whether you are negotiating or you are in a military operation. One of the lessons that we learned in 2014 was that we moved much of our navy and our operations up north because we realized very quickly that if we didn't fill that void, the Russians would come further south. So this was an important part of kind of setting a limit. We also have to bear in mind, in the Nordic context, that the Russia that we meet up in the north is exactly the same Russia that is invading Ukraine. It is not a different Russia. We have to regard the world and the realities as they are, not as we would like them to be. And it's extremely important to understand that this is not two different countries. And it is not, and will never be, our ability to cooperate or talk to Russia in the north that gives us our security. It's our NATO membership that gives us our security. That is what evens out some of the asymmetry between our countries. And lastly, and that is also something I think we will see in the months and years to come, I think it's wonderful that we now see a general mood in the Nordic countries and in European countries to invest more in defense. Equipment, personnel, all of it. But we have to bear in mind that this is going to take time. So even though everyone's boosting their defense spending right now, we will not have the material, equipment, and the personnel delivered tomorrow. So we have to understand and think of smart ways of cooperating in order to make this happen. And I'll just leave you with what I think is a very, I would say, interesting quote nowadays from Chris Kinnoll, who is part of the UK Parliament, and he said, "We have over-collected of the peace dividend," and I think we should bear that in mind to a certain extent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ine. Now it's a pleasure to invite Mr. Jukka Kopra, member of the Defence Committee, Parliament of Finland, to share the Finnish perspective. And I would like to say a few words about you first, Kopra. He has been a second vice chair of the parliamentary group of the National Coalition Party since 2019. It's a great pleasure to welcome you. The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and many thanks for our Norwegian hosts for organizing this seminar after the COVID pandemic. It's very nice to be here and meet people and meet our new closer allies. Of course, we've heard and we know that this has been a very dramatic year for all of us. Russia invaded Ukraine. For us Finns, of course, it feels kind of dramatic because it's our direct neighboring country with which we have more than 1,300 kilometers of mutual border. Finland has been giving Ukraine aid as much as possible, aid packages. I believe that this aid will be continuing. We will continue giving support to Ukraine as long as it takes and as much as it needs. There's a typical saying in Finland, and especially now, that currently we do not see any military threat against Finland. And that's true because most of the garrisons across the border on the Russian side are empty. Troops have been sent to Ukraine, and I'm afraid most of them never come back. However, as a responsible decision makers, we have to make sure that this will be the case in the future too, and hence we have been joining the NATO. Couple words about the Finnish border with Russia. I believe that Norway has got the same experiences about it. We have no problems with Russia. It has been well managed, calm, no problems. Even now when there's a war going on and tension has risen. About controlling the border, we have very practical dialogue with Russia. And we have to say that it's fair to say that the border control department of the Russian FSB is doing professional job at the moment. Okay, the main thing in Finnish defense policy this spring was, of course, the application to NATO. Eventually, we had the vote in the parliament. 188 voted for, 8 representatives voted against. However, this is one sort of a Finnish miracle. And I'll explain this to you a little bit more because it's important that you understand the Finnish mentality in this matter now that we are closer allies. Before February, before the Russian attack to Ukraine, it was little less than 30% of the popular vote that were for NATO. Most of the Finns were against joining NATO. 4 days after Putin's attack, February 28, the polls said that 58% of people support joining NATO. Now, I think it's somewhere close to 90 or something like that, 90%. And this is a sort of Finnish miracle, and it's very important for us politicians. In that sense that we have a strong tradition in Finland to make decisions concerning security and defense unanimously. We usually argue about everything, taxes and so forth, but when we make big decisions about defense and security, we aim to unanimous decision. And if we had a vote in the parliament about joining NATO before the Putin's attack, I'd say 40 MPs would have voted for and 160 against joining NATO. And the attack started a huge process. My party, the National Coalition Party, we had a previous decision that we are for NATO, so it was no big deal for us. But everybody else started a mental process, and there was huge discussion in the Finnish parliament, not in the plenary room, but in the cafeteria, on the hallways, in the meeting rooms. People were, what the hell is this? What should we do? And so forth. And even I'm from the right side of the field. Even the leftist came to me and we discussed and had a discussion and asked me about facts about NATO and so forth. And it was evident that many people had opposed joining NATO because they have fell as a victim of old disinformation, Soviet propaganda and so forth. Actually, some MPs believe that if we join NATO, immediately Finnish conscripts will be sent to fight US wars somewhere in Middle East or something like that. Seriously, this was the situation. So we were able to, with discussion, to move this thing forward. And I have to say kudos to some long-time left-wing politicians who have been in the parliament for tens of years, all the time opposing NATO, all the time speaking about peace and stuff like that, and even those people voted yes after this process in the Finnish parliament went through. So that's kind of a, should I say, Finnish miracle, which describes this system we decide when we have hard decisions to make. And of course, President Niinistö was very wise. He had the authority. He could have written the application for NATO earlier, but he waited for the support to build up in the people and in the parliament. And after he saw that okay, people are for NATO, the parliament is for NATO, so he said, "I will be too," and then we'll put in the application, and the rest is history. Should I say that? If I may say so. Now that the application is still in process, we all know the reasons. Let's hope that the final decision makers, Hungary and Turkey, will make up their minds, and our process with Sweden will complete. But as Charlie here said before, so far, what we have planned about this NATO membership, we have decided that we are not going to cut down in our existing defense policy network. We will want to deepen our cooperation with our key partners, USA, UK, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Nordic countries. And that's I'd say there's no opposition in the parliament towards this idea either. We have been supporting the EU defense dimension, of course, for the reasons that previously we were not planning to join NATO, but in these days too. And one could argue about can EU be a useful operator in this defense field, but for example, the plans for military mobility and stuff like that would be of extreme importance if we are in a situation we need to move troops, and we've all seen, and especially you professionals have seen that moving troops from country to another is not so easy. Also, we would like to see Finland as a security provider, not just a security consumer. Of course, we have expectations about towards our NATO membership. We may need help if things go really bad, but we are ready to give in too, pitch in too, and we want to help other NATO members to protect their territorial integrity, even if it's Hungary or Turkey. About the Finnish conscription and reserve, at this moment we have the reserve size is 280,000 men. We have the conscription. Finnish conscription system is very efficient. At least we politicians believe in it, and I believe our soldiers do believe in that too. And I hope you believe that too, because if I tell you, are you aware that in the cold response exercise, the Finnish conscript unit defeated US Marine Corps unit in the field? Now you know that, if you didn't know that before. Anyways, we of course we have had trouble keeping up with the expenses, and we haven't been providing enough money to our defense system in previous years. Now this has been fixed. At this moment, our defense spending next year will be 2.3% of the GDP, which is quite good, I'd say. And of course, it's much due to the effect of the Russian attack. Actually, after the Russian attack started and we started evaluating our defense system, and the generals made a proposal that this is how much money we need now and this is how much money we need for the few next years. It was the first time in the Finnish history that the generals got all the money they asked for. Usually always been 10 or 20% less taken away. And in that sense, I'd say we are on the right track. Could I say that today and next year, next few years, money is not the problem in enhancing the Finnish defense, but we have the other problems, the same problem everybody else has, because whole Europe is buying material, and how do you get it fast enough? That is the main concern at the moment. But anyway, time is running really fast, I see, so maybe I'll come to the conclusion that you could describe the Finnish defense in 3 layers. We have robust, credible national defense capability. We will maintain it also as a NATO member. We will not outsource our defense. We will not outsource our defense. We will want to do it ourselves with the help of our allies. We aim to have intensive and multilateral, bilateral cooperation with our partners. And of course, we'll do everything we can to fulfill our obligations to NATO membership. And we hope that NATO also will hear us when the defense policy planning systems and all that stuff starts. But with these words, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And the next speaker now is Mr. Bertel Haarder, a member of the Danish Parliament, Folketinget, from the Liberal Party. And he is a former minister and have been chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee since 2020. And before that, Haarder was also president of the Nordic Council from 2020 to 2021. Please, the stage is yours, Mr. Haarder.
As a long-time minister and parliamentarian, I have enjoyed very much what I have heard today. For me, Nordic Defence Cooperation started with a Stoltenberg report from 2009. I got it here with 13 concrete proposals as to how we could cooperate in defence. 10 years later, we got the assessment of how far we got, the second Stoltenberg report, and 1 year after, in 2020, we got the Bjarnason report about cybersecurity, and this year we got the Enestam report about civil crisis management. So defense has been an essential part of Nordic cooperation, which is amazing in itself, because when I started as a member of the Council of Ministers or a member of the Nordic Council, there was one thing that the Finns always told us: don't talk about foreign policy and defense. And that has really changed, and that is wonderful in spite of the gloomy reasons why it has changed. In my party, the Danish Liberal Party, Venstre, there were some who said, how can we cooperate with Finland and Sweden when they are not members of NATO? That was several years ago. And I called Anders Fogh Rasmussen, who was Secretary General of NATO, and said, do you see any problem in us cooperating with Sweden and Finland? No, he said, no problem. Quite the contrary. It strengthens the northern flank of NATO. A couple of years later, I was in the Pentagon and asked the same question and got the same answer, that the more we cooperated among the Nordic countries, the better. So the conclusion is that there has for many years been nothing that prevents us from cooperating. That's also what the armed forces told us. But now the situation is that now there's no excuse for not cooperating. Now there's no excuse for not cooperating. Why is it important what the Nordic countries do? Well, like General Williams, I can just say, look at the map. It's quite easy to see why it's very important. We cover the Baltic Sea, a large part of the Arctic, the Georg Gap between Greenland and the UK, with the Faroe Islands and Iceland in between. So if there is a conflict, like Ine just said, it will automatically influence our territory and our waters. So we have to be able to at least do the surveillance. And we had a report a couple of years ago about Danish surveillance over Greenland. And the result was that, well, what they said was that Putin could conquer part of Greenland and we wouldn't discover it until after 2 weeks. Whether that's true or not, it's so obvious that we need common surveillance in the Arctic. Maybe by drones, I don't know. But it's about time. We tend to think that we are very small countries. And maybe we are. But taken together, our gross national product is the same size as that of Russia. We have the largest merchant fleet in the world. We have some of the most well-functioning countries in the world. And we have the trust that was mentioned so many times this morning, and that is linked to our cultural links. So together, we are not small. Together we are important, and by the way, in the EU, I think by means of Nordic cooperation, with the backing of Norway, whether Norway wants to be a member or not, we should have the ambition to fill out the hole that has appeared after the Brexit but that's another story. Why don't we have more ambition in the Nordic region? Also political ambition. So my message to the Nordic armies, and of course that counts very much for the air forces and the navy, go ahead, tell us what you need if you want to increase your cooperation, your efficiency. Tell us, the politicians, we are more ready than ever to listen to what you need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another neighboring country that has also left previous policy by seeking NATO membership is Sweden. The recent elections made it a bit difficult to invite a politician to Oslo this time, but we are really happy to be joined by Captain Karl David Philipsen, Defense Attaché in Oslo, Copenhagen and Reykjavik since 2020. From the Swedish Embassy, please, Captain Karl David Philipsen.
Generals, sirs, ladies and gentlemen, some 35 years ago, I was told to join the Navy and see the world. I did, and I have. They didn't tell me that I would end up at an army summit in Oslo posing as a politician. So I will refrain from going too deep into politics and stay within my box. To put it in a historical context, I would like to start in the early 1950s. Sweden was by then ready for World War II. The Nordic Defense Union was dead. Norway and Denmark had joined NATO, and Finland was in an agreement with Russia. That left Sweden alone between the two rivaling blocs. We built up a huge wartime organization. We were largely self-sustained with an own defense industry and with a well-developed total defense concept. And when the Warsaw Pact finally fell and we thought that we had reached the eternal peace, the armed forces took a strategic timeout. The following defense agreements meant a large reduction of our military capacity, and the total defense was mainly dismantled. International peace support operations was the future. And then 2008 happened, and a few years later, 2014. We started refocusing on homeland defense. We increased our defense spending, and building security together was now a vital part of the strategy. A number of bilateral and multilateral agreements were signed, and a deep cooperation with Finland was established and has evolved ever deeper over the years. Then last year, the situation got even worse. We used my now operational concept, the active defense, to conduct a number of operations to increase our situational awareness and to deter. As the invasion in Ukraine happened, the support for NATO membership increased significantly in Sweden. This period that I just described can also be described as starting at home, being reactive, moving abroad, and step by step becoming more and more proactive to now being back home with a proactive posture. We have also gone from looking at the immediate neighboring areas to looking at the big picture. What happens in the High North or in the Black Sea will impact Sweden. Our relationship with NATO started in '94 when we joined Partnership for Peace. I actually took place in the very first exercise in Norway the same year. 10 years later, we became an enhanced opportunity partner, and 2 years later, we signed the agreement for host nation support. The cooperation with NATO has increased over the years with participation in exercises, operations, and in development. The driving force has been interoperability. Normally, defense agreements has always been agreed cross-political boundaries. There is now a decision to reach 2% of GDP in the year 2028. Our initial focus will be to improve our combat support and combat service support, thereafter to increase a balance capacity. There is a strong public support for supporting Ukraine and providing aid, and there is also a strong support to increase the military spending the coming years. The Swedish threat assessment was assessed to be at its highest during the NATO application process. There is still a credible Russian maritime and air capacity, and not least hybrid threats such as cyber. Finally, a few words on Nordic cooperation. I think that the will to cooperate have increased already before the war in Ukraine. When Sweden joins NATO, or should I say if, there will be few boundaries. A question that might have some impact on the cooperation is, of course, how the NATO command structure will be formed in the Nordic countries. No matter regional plans, the division will have an impact. And my last word would be on cooperation. I think Swedish perspective of cooperation differs slightly from the other Nordic countries. Normally, the first question you would ask yourself, what's in it for me? Sweden don't ask that question. For us, there is a value in cooperation itself. We will cooperate with anyone about almost anything. And it's a different mindset, I think, from the other Nordic countries. And with that salvo, I think I will say my bye.
And now I would like to invite you all back up to the stage. Ine Eriksen Søreide, Mr. Jukka Kopra, Mr. Bertil Haarder, and Mr. Philipsen. Please, you can stand 2 and 2 by the tables. I would like to start with the questions, because while we are standing in this room talking to each other, Russian men is showing up at the Finnish border. It happens as we speak. A little bit earlier today, in the session before us, one question was asked, what to do with them? I have to ask you that question, Mr. Kopra. What are your plans?
Well, few parties have voiced out their opinion in this matter, and that is that no political asylum on the basis of Dutch-in draft in Russia. So my answer is to turn them back to Russia. It's Russia's problem, not ours. And of course you have to remember that Finland is not the only place they are trying to come. There are lots of other countries that neighbor Russia too, many of them that they don't need a visa at all. But so far this hasn't grown to a bigger problem, because in the Finnish asylum system, I believe the figure this morning was that there was 59 persons seeking asylum from Russia that have come recently in the last few days. That's sort of my answer. And Finland is planning to not completely close the border, but almost close completely the border, so that the people with tourist visas would not be allowed to Schengen area.
I guess this is going to be a hot topic in the days and weeks to come.
Yes.
And Mrs. Søreide, we have the same questions at up north. At Storskog, in a smaller scale, of course. What are Norwegians? What are our plans?
Well, you would actually have to ask the government
about
that. But as far as I know right now, the scale is relatively limited compared to, for instance, the pre-COVID numbers that were greatly larger. And of course, there's a mixed basket of people. Some of them come on Schengen visas, which of course poses a different challenge compared to those who are seeking asylum. And as everyone knows, the potential for having asylum is a very narrow path to go down. So I do not foresee that this will mean that there will be a lot of Russian men in a certain age who will be granted asylum in any of the Nordic countries or in the Baltic countries, for that matter. And we have from our side as well asked the government today, in fact, how they see it and what kind of potential they see for the next weeks to come, days and weeks to come, and what to do with it.
Because this can increase.
It can, yeah. As of now, it is not a huge amount, but it seems to be something that can increase over time, especially if Putin is serious about his threats of closing the border for men at a certain age.
Mr. Kopra.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I believe that very soon we will see that Russia will close its border, not let people come out from there.
Okay. I would like to ask a question to you, Mr. Philipson. For the fact that the Swedish and Finnish government decided to seek NATO membership earlier this year, that has been, as we've heard, a historical shift in national policy. I would like you to ask us to tell us about the process. How has it been?
You mean a national process?
Yeah, the national process.
So what we normally do in Sweden when we have a big task, we start a study.
Okay.
So we made a study which were done in a rather limited time frame. And at the same time, the Social Democrats, which was one of the bigger parties who were not in favor of joining NATO in the past, they did a study by themselves. And of course, in close cooperation with Finland, we managed a time schedule to reach a decision at basically the same time. And both studies ended up with a positive answer to joining NATO. So I would say that there's been fairly few struggles in the process.
And the process is not over?
Of course not, no.
Okay. I would like to ask you a question, Mr. Harder. Denmark, when Sweden and Finland is going to join NATO, the Baltic Sea will become NATO Sea. This will likely increase regional security, but puts additional focus on Denmark, as the Danish Straits are the access route to the Baltic Sea. Is the Danish armed forces equipped for that challenge?
We will be equipped for that
Okay.
challenge, but I'm not sure we are equipped for it right now. But I absolutely agree that the Baltic Sea as a NATO sea is the fulfillment of all Danish dreams, because we always were a borderline country, which was our problem through history. And we couldn't get a Nordic Union in 1864, so we lost 2/5 of the territory. We couldn't get a Nordic Union after the Second World War in 1948. Then we got the Nordic Council with a ban on talking about foreign policy and defense. Now we get it all. So we are very happy about what has happened. And it has been very easy to convince a vast majority in Parliament that we should reach the 2%. And at the latest in 33, I think I can promise that it will be before 33, because it is a bit embarrassing that we are so way behind Norway and Finland.
How much more work do you have to do to actually be there? You said we will be. What do you mean with that?
Well, we have decided, vast majority, to reach the 2% in 33 at the latest. And I think it's a good idea to really think through how this additional money should be spent, because we can spend an awful lot of money if we do it too quickly. But at the same time, we have to be ready for what may happen. So,
you have the same challenge in Sweden? about getting there? Not now, but, you know.
So the decision on 2% was decided by the politicians, and they wanted it done as fast as possible. So from a military perspective, the advice was we need a few years to build up our capability to receive the amount of money. So the military advice was 28, and that's what the plan is right now.
What is the biggest challenge, Ina, as you see it, in the months to come?
When it comes to defense spending, you mean? Well, I think I alluded to it a little bit towards the end of my intervention, that now all countries are doing the same thing at the same time, which means that there will be delays in delivery, and also because the value chains are hampered after the pandemic. That again means that some of the basic components of certain equipment is difficult to get. So you will have a longer period, it will take longer time to produce much of the material. The prices will go up because everyone's hunting for the same material, and the capacity for production is, however, limited. So I think that calls for a smart way of thinking cooperation. I don't foresee that we will, not even in the Nordic circuit, have a situation where we decide that one country is buying that and one country is buying that and we can just share. That's not the way it works. But we have to think wisely about this, because otherwise I think that we have, in our countries, as in most other European countries, there will not be necessarily a lack of will to invest, but there's not much to invest in, especially not in the short run. The second thing I think we need to focus on, and that goes for all branches of the armed forces, is that as the situation is right now, we cannot afford the luxury of always, so to say, ordering what would be the absolute top notch of everything. We have to settle with what is good enough and what works. Because that's the only thing we can get quickly enough to actually have it into our structure and make it work for us and our joint defenses.
Please.
I think besides equipment, which is a challenge as you described, it's personnel.
Yes.
Because we can, for sure we can recruit a number of soldiers and train them within a few years, but they need to be led by someone, and producing a lieutenant colonel takes some time. So we need to do it in an organized way, and it has to be sustainable in the future.
And in the EU, discussions have already started about how to increase the production capacity. Therefore, it's so important that Denmark has made the historical decision of getting rid of the defense opt-out. Now we can go all in. And in fact, there are some quite advanced industries in Denmark. You may not think so, but that's the case.
Yeah, I'd say that the challenges we face, each country, we have different challenges. Like Sweden is building up the structure. We have the structure, we need material. You're trying to reach 2% and so forth. So, but the mutual problem is the material. And I don't know how could I stress it more, but we should definitely, all Nordic countries, do something together to increase the industry, to produce ammunition, spare parts, exchange.
I'm getting a lot of questions. I would like to, one for you, Ine. Norway has been regarded as NATO's eyes and ears in the north. What will be Norway's with the inclusion of Sweden and Finland? Will it be less significant?
No, absolutely not. And I think that it's worth remembering when Sweden and Finland enters into NATO that we will not always have the same interests. We will sometimes differ. And I think all of you pointed to this earlier on this morning, that does not mean not sharing the same interests or values, but from time to time we will have different perspectives. And that is why it's so important to continue to work on the strengths of each country. I'm absolutely sure that when Sweden and Finland comes in, they will have perspectives and ideas, not to mention competencies, on areas which we do not necessarily have. And that is why I think we will kind of fill out the picture for all of us. And that doesn't mean that we will be in a different position in NATO compared to what we are today. However, I think, I don't remember who said it, if it was Bertel or anyone else who said it, that it's also important to remember that, and I've talked to several Swedes and Finns about this, they also want to learn what NATO is like. Because the experience most of the Danes and Finns have, of course, aside from having NATO ambassadors over time, is the experience of the EU bureaucracy, which is very, very different from NATO. Yeah. Legislation is completely different from security policy and so forth. My point is we have to help each other out. And we are, together with Denmark, more than happy to help out in including and integrating Sweden and Finland, and also keeping our competencies and working on them for the good of the whole alliance.
Another one, when will the Nordic states be able to coordinate their operational plans, and when will we see a common operation plan for the defense of the Nordic region? Anyone? Mr. Kopra?
Well, this is the question I would direct to over there. These guys know. We just say that, please, as fast as possible. Yeah.
I would say that first we need to join NATO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good
Then
start.
the problem is more or less solved because NATO will make the operational plan for the region, and that's of course most nations would still have national plans that need to fit into that plan.
So another one here for you, Mr. Kopra. Will Sweden and Norway be dependent on the Finnish armed forces in the time to come, or are we likely to see increases in defense budgets for both countries?
Well, again, who am I to say, but I believe that, and judging by this discussion we've been having here all day, that we will work in this together. We're mutually dependent on each other. And the more we cooperate together, the better. Of course, if you look at the map and look at Russia, Finland is the first country there. So I'd say that we are more dependent on you other guys than you are from us, because, or how would you describe? But we're the first ones probably who will take the hit, and we need help. Of course, we'll take the hit for you too. So in that sense, we help you.
It's a lot of questions coming in. Another one for you, Ine. You got 50 F-35s, but Norwegian soldiers lack socks and T-shirts and all types of ammunition. What now?
Well, they shouldn't be put up against each other, because we have been doing in our time in government as well a huge increase in defense spending, and it takes some time before everything is or materializes. The F-35s, of course, is a major capability also for the armed forces and for the Navy. As we've been talking about several times, it is very difficult to do land operations if you don't have control over the airspace, as one example. But I think that we have to bear in mind that when we are entering into the phase we are right now, where we're not only increasing defense spending on equipment, we also need to make sure that we make enough investments in soldiers, personnel, and make them stay long term. Because we invest a lot in their education. And if they are not interested in continuing in the armed forces, we run the risk of losing a whole generation which could have been a major asset to our armed forces. And I think the issue and the challenge is the same in all Nordic countries and most European countries as well. That there are many other interesting challenges for young people today, except for joining the armed forces. I think we have to turn that pyramid around a little bit and make sure that young people also are interested in staying on in the armed forces, pursue the career opportunities, and make sure that we create a very robust defense over time. Because, as you rightly point out, yes, we can recruit personnel, but we need someone to lead them and to educate them. And that is why the whole chain needs to work, and that includes having socks and uniforms as well, of course.
Sten Rynning asked a question earlier today, and he said, how would a Nordic club fit into NATO? Do you have any answers to that, Mr. Harder?
Well, someone said a while ago that a Nordic club is something that other countries would not like. I disagree. What I heard from various Secretary Generals of NATO and from the Pentagon is that they don't mind a Nordic club at all. They want us to cooperate as much as possible. So I disagree on that point with one of the experts.
What about you, Mr. Kopra?
Well, it's a tempting idea because we are culturally so close. We work together already. I see no obstacles on operational cooperation, but I don't know NATO. So I'm listening to you guys, what you say about that Nordic club in NATO, because I have no experience about that yet.
Ina?
Well, I agree with Bertel that the room is absolutely there for a close regional cooperation, but we have to keep in mind that we do not do it for the Nordic countries or for Nordic security. We do it for the alliance. It is equally important for the US or the UK or Germany or Poland that we are strong on all flanks of the alliance, and that we are, regardless of where the threat comes from, able to protect the whole alliance. And if that can be achieved by closer cooperation between us and the Nordic countries, I think that is what NATO has seen over time, that actually there is no reason to be afraid of that cooperation. On the contrary, I think this fits right into especially the US point of view over the past years, that Europe has to assume more responsibility for their own security. And that is partly what we're doing by strengthening NATO as an alliance.
I have a question here that's been rated quite high. Nordic wartime cooperation is given, but peacetime cooperation is riddled with red tape and national priorities. How should governments facilitate cooperation? No one?
I can start up.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that, as described earlier about the Swedish-Finnish cooperation, it really started bottom up. And when we were about halfway, we needed to get control of it, so then it became top down. But that meant that we had several, I shouldn't say generation, but several layers of people that had already worked in the concept. They were familiar with it, comfortable with it, and the trust was gained. I think trust is, again, a key word. We need to start small scale at a rather low level and then build it up to achieve it and let it grow.
I think we have several very good examples of how the Nordic defense cooperation between our armed forces has grown over the years. And I very often have used the cross-border training with aircrafts as an example. And adding a bit of a Nordic flavor, saying that you can deliver your kids in kindergarten in the morning, you go up and fly, and you can pick them up again in the afternoon. And then you have been potentially in all three countries up north. And it's working well. And much of it has been created as a bottom-up approach. But we also have a top-down approach. We signed in our time in government as well a new trilateral agreement between Sweden, Finland, and Norway on more cooperation. And the point I made earlier on was that actually it is the wartime cooperation that has the red tapes and red lines. It is not the peacetime cooperation. The peacetime cooperation can have or be as expansive almost as it likes. But we cannot think that we can use all the same cooperation at war because we have different security guarantees and different defense planning. Now, not if, but when Sweden and Finland joins, that will be completely different. We will have the same planning. We will have the same security guarantee. We can do everything we do in peacetime without the caveat in wartime.
We will soon talk about the Defense Commission. My last questions to you all, I would like to reflect upon. Do we have, like in the Nordic countries, a common understanding on what modern defense is? Do you agree? Could you please say some words? Yes, please start, Mr. Harder.
We have some very clever experts. We all have international institutes. Norway has one with Ulf Sverdrup, as far as I remember. And we have DIIS. Sweden has something similar, Finland. So we have very clever experts, but I must admit that I think that the situation calls for a common unit for making analysis, making assessments of the world situation, helping us defining a common assessment of our threats, of our possibilities in the Arctic, in the Baltic. So I think we could have more cooperation in that field, more intelligence cooperation.
Mr. Kopra.
I'd say that our defense interests are pretty much the same. There's the common denominator is Russia, be it coming from the east or on the Baltics or in the Arctic. Anyways, the threat is over there. If you compare to, for example, France, they see this thing completely different. France is not at all preparing to fight on its own ground. They use overseas troops. They project force where they want. Their big concern is Africa and so forth. So we are quite the same with Nordic countries. And to me, it sounds promising. We have the mutual problem and we can mutually solve it.
Just to add to that, I do think that we have, to a large extent, a common understanding of what modern defense is, partly because Russia is what is dimensioning our defense forces for all countries, but also because we've seen that Russia is maybe the biggest proponent for using all the tools in a state's toolbox, not only the military ones, but also the civilian ones. And I was talking earlier on about the information campaigns and information confrontation, as they always like to talk about. And I think we've seen it from different angles, all of us, meaning that we have more or less the same perception of what the threats look like, how to deal with them. That doesn't mean that we always would agree on things or that we would always have exactly the same analysis. But I think, by and large, our armed forces in all the Nordic countries, they have much experience in dealing with the picture as we see it. And that's, in my opinion, something that gives us a lot of safety.
I would say thank you to you all. Thank you to Ine Eriksen Søreide, Mr. Jukka Kopra, Mr. Bertil Haarder, and Mr. David Philipson. Please sit down and please give them a warm applause. Thank you. In Norway, we have a new defense commission, and they are at the moment working to deliver a comprehensive defense report, expected this upcoming spring. And the task of the commission, appointed by the Norwegian government, is to outline and assess which security and defense policy choices and priorities Norway must take to safeguard Norwegian security. And the Commission has just returned from a trip throughout Europe, hopefully with many new insights into security climates. With us to share an update of the Defence Commission efforts, I am pleased to welcome to the stage member of the Norwegian Commission on National Defence and former State Secretary with the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Audun Halvorsen. Please come up. First of all, Halvorsen, could you please tell us about the composition of the Commission and how you work at the moment?
Well, first of all, let me say a few words of thank you for inviting me here. I convey the greetings of the chairman of the Commission, Governor Knut Storberget, who was unfortunately unable to make it today, but he sent his best. It's good to be back here at the Army Summit, even though I've somewhat changed domains since I was last here, so to say. But a few words on the Commission as such. And of course, you did an excellent summary, basically, of the tasks we have been given. But this is, in short, the fourth National Defense Commission since 1945. The last one was established and delivered its report at the end of the Cold War. So these commissions have been established and reported on sort of the state of security and defense at what has been considered crucial points in time. And of course, our commission was established in December of last year. And since then, given recent developments, I think the timing was quite good, so to say. We have been tasked to take a 10 to 20 years perspective on the development of Norwegian national defense and security. It is a commission with broad representation, 16 members representing or being nominated by the political parties, representing academic expertise, and also professional experts and experts from different disciplines. We are to analyze developments in our security surroundings. We are to prioritize. We are to suggest policies. And we are to look at how changes in security policy, in technology, especially emerging disruptive technologies, how climate change, how hybrid threats converge in this long time frame, and which implications that will have for the organization, structure, equipment, training and education of the armed forces. So it's a very broad mandate, but we hope to deliver a succinct and relevant report come May of next year.
And I know that as part of your recent trip in Europe, you visited Brussels and the NATO headquarters. What are the latest updates from NATO, and how do you regard their focus on Nordic security?
Well, first of all, a personal reflection, and then I'll move to the question of Nordic security in the NATO context. I think the strongest message that I took away from NATO headquarters during our visit was a very profound, strong sense of urgency, of crisis, and the fact that Europe is in a state of war on various dimensions, much broader than the ongoing war along the front in Ukraine. But this is, I think the understanding is in Brussels very clearly, the biggest security policy crisis facing the continent since 1945. And it gives a sense of seriousness and urgency, I think, also to the Commission's work. It was a very clear message. I also found our interlocutors within or at NATO HQ very conscious of the new strategic dimension of, what should I say, the Northern Regional Theater in light of future Swedish and Finnish NATO membership. That is a strategic game changer. I think it's viewed as such from the NATO perspective. There is strong support for Finland's and Sweden's membership. I think the last number I saw is that there are now 3 outstanding ratifications, if I have the numbers correctly. And that the NATO system as such is looking forward to welcoming Sweden and Finland, and that Sweden and Finland are considered net contributors to transatlantic security and to the collective defense of the alliance. That was also a very strong message. I think there is an interest both in the sort of operational implications for the NATO planning processes, for the NATO operational plans, posture, etc., but also for the broader strategic and political picture, in that you now will have this interlinked theater between the High North, the Baltic, the Scandinavian landmass, and continental Europe. And then there is also an understanding that it will take some time, it will take some learning mutually to adapt to this new reality and integrate Sweden and Finland into the structures of NATO in a good way and see how they can contribute. So in general, a very positive view of the Nordic security dimension and Swedish and Finnish membership.
I just have to ask you, because last week Putin's rhetoric became more aggressive. Which challenges do the Commission see if the war will last for years?
I think the challenges are profound. this, as the committee chairwoman said, this is a watershed moment in European transatlantic global security. For us, it's a balancing act, I would say, between striking this long-term perspective, the 10 to 20-year perspective, and trying to maintain that while still sort of seeing the future implications of the ongoing war. So you need to avoid the sort of short-sightedness in drawing the wrong conclusions from the war, but still sort of getting the big bits right. I think there is no doubt that this is really an inflection point for European security. And the consequences of the outcome of this war will, of course, be let's say, the point of departure for the future developments or the future trends that we need to look at in that long-term perspective. I think for us, it's very clear that sort of within the time frame that we are discussing, Russia will be and continue to be the sort of pacing threat, not only for Norway, but for the alliance as such. And then, of course, you have China sort of growing into a much more, what should I say, a bigger role as a strategic rival, a challenge, but in a much more complex and multifaceted way than the current threat we are seeing in relation to Russia.
The Commission's final report, as you said, is expected this upcoming spring. I know that you are in the writing process at the moment with several chapters more or less completed. Could you share some of your main recommendations and what we can expect from the upcoming report? Just a little bit?
Short answer, no. A bit longer answer, perhaps a few words then on sort of the Nordic dimension, which I would say has been key to our discussions even before the 24th of February and the processes now hopefully leading to Finnish and Swedish NATO membership. I think many of the regional implications of some of these trends we are seeing were clear already before the reinvasion of Ukraine and the possible membership. So this has been at the very forefront, I would say, of many of our discussions already. I think some key perspectives are sort of in being established. I think one is an understanding that even looking at this huge potential in the Nordic cooperation, which we are big fans of, I have to say, that's a giveaway from the whole of the Commission, I would say, so far. But this will still take time. Growing into these new strategic roles, looking at how we most efficiently, most effectively can work together, how we can actually succeed in looking at some of the economies of scale, how we can kill the ghosts of the past, so to say, when it comes to some of these joint processes. But also moving into planning, moving into how we can look at synchronizing our efforts into the NATO processes, which I think will be key, and something brand new for Sweden and Finland, into the NDPP and into the capability requirement processes. So these are questions where I think this Nordic perspective needs to mature, but it is something where we obviously see great potential going forward.
Mr. Audun Halvorsen, you got the last word. Thank you so much, and please give him a warm applause.
Thank you, Elin. It has been wonderful to follow your panel, and I've gained a lot of new knowledge and insight, both from the three politicians and the defense attaché, as well as from your conversation with a member of the Norwegian Commission on National Defense, Audun Halvorsen. Thank you. Now, it is time for closing remarks by the Chief of the Norwegian Army. Major General, the stage is yours.
First, thank you very much to all the participants in this year's Army Summit. It has been a privilege and an honor to discuss and listen to your discussions about our shared challenges and opportunities. The ongoing war in Europe and the tense security situation around the world show that we have to be ready to defend our common values and our democracies. A key aspect in this is to build strength through Nordic cooperation to strengthen NATO as a whole. And if anyone were looking for a rationale, just look at the map. Before we conclude this English part of the program, I would like to just highlight a few points that I personally will bring from today. In the last session, we can now, or we can soon, cooperate from A to C, to Z, or maybe even more correctly from A to Ö and Å. And this can soon be done without caveats and by building on our respective strengths. And a very, very key challenge to us in the military is to provide military advice. Tell us what you need and what you can do in regards to Nordic cooperation. The researcher session, the academic session, I take away a very clear message that we need to take our Nordic security as a part of a credible NATO defense and deterrence seriously. And also to rephrase a statement made by the Finnish member of the panel. To succeed in this, we now have to both talk and do together. And from the first and military session, I think, at least we think, that we are working together, and this, we also demonstrated this today, that we're working very closely together, and that we are currently exploring areas where we can reinforce our current cooperation and also find new ways. And the secret ingredient in this is trust. Trust that is built between soldiers when we train, educate, invest, and operate together. We have now come to the end of at least the English part of this conference. I would like again to express my warmest thanks to everyone that has joined us, both virtually and here in Oslo. And again, especially Kate. Thank you very much to the Norwegian Atlantic Committee and those others that have helped organize this. I think they actually require a big applause. The stream from today will be made available on social media. So there's opportunities to enjoy this again and again and again. And I think we can pretty confidently say we will be back. So we are, and I'm looking forward to Army Summit 23. Stay tuned and we will reveal the topic in a few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major General Lervik. As the chief said, we have now ended the last panel session at this year's Army Summit. The recording will be available both on the Norwegian Army's and the Norwegian Atlantic Committee's YouTube channels and websites. Thank you so much to all of our amazing speakers, moderators, and guests, as well as partners, musicians, technicians, and our wonderful audience, both online and live here at Akershus Fortress. Thank you for your continued support and engagement. We'll now have a quick break before we return 4:30 p.m. to the award ceremony of the Norwegian Army's Respect, Responsibility, and Courage Awards. We will also, for the first time, deliver the Norwegian Army's Innovation Award. Please keep in mind that the next session of the program will be held in Norwegian. It's been an honor guiding you through this day. Enjoy your coffee break, and thank you again for following this year's Army Summit.
Tusen takk. Og da går vi til dagens siste del av programmet, hvor vi skal dele ut Hærens innovasjon, modernisering og effektiviseringspris og Hærens respekt, ansvar mot priser. Vi starter. Hærens innovasjon, modernisering og effektiviseringspris, også kjent som Himeprisen, deles for første gang ut til Kristoffer F. Møllen fra Sannhetsskolen på Hærens våpenskole. Korporal Møllen har gjennom sitt arbeid bidratt til innovasjon og utvikling av Hæren. Og i dette tilfellet så har vinneren av prisen revidert og effektivisert Forsvarets First Responder-kurs. Nå det takket være han et mer målrettet og mer presist kurs. Hans spisskompetanse og vilje har vært sentral for at denne revideringen har vært en så stor suksess. Hæren og Forsvaret trenger mennesker som tenker og jobber innovativt for at vi skal kunne operere i fremtidens operasjonsmiljø. Hæren takker deg for ditt bidrag. Din nytenking har gjort og vil fortsette å gjøre en forskjell. Bardufoss, 14. september 2022. Lars Lervik, generalmajor, sjef Hæren. Hærens rampris for Respekt 2022 tildeles oversersjant Lars Ivar Preskvern fra Hans Majestet Kongens Garde. Oversersjant Lars Ivar Preskvern har vært en rollemodell og etterlevd kjerneverdien respekt langt utover det man kan forvente. Han har på eget initiativ utviklet et program for videreutvikling av korporaler og avdelingens vernepliktige lagførere innenfor faglige ferdigheter og lederskap. Han har også designet ulike mestringsarenaer for soldatene, hvor han evner å få soldatene sine til å føle seg avgjørende for at avdelingen skal lykkes i skarpe operasjoner. Fundamentet for hans virke å sette Hærens yngre ledere opp for suksess. Oversersjant Lars Ivar Preskvern et forbilde for Hæren og har etterlevd Hærens kjerneverdige respekt på en fremragende måte. Bardufoss, 14. september 2022. Lars Ivar Lervik, generalmajor, sjef Hæren.
Det å jobbe i Forsvaret gir meg mulighet til å være del av profesjonen, og i det så legger jeg at jeg har mange likesinnede mennesker rundt meg, mennesker som ønsker å bli gode, som villige til å strekke seg litt lenger enn hva man kanskje forventer utenfor en profesjon. Det synes jeg givende, og det at man velger alltid å gå den ekstra mila for å få til det opplegget, eller for å nå de målene vi setter oss. Respekt i det daglige handler i stor grad om å se mennesker for akkurat det, mennesker, uavhengig av grad, alder, kjønn. Når det kommer til de vernepliktige, så har jeg tenkt på det som fremtidige kollegaer. At de vernepliktige har på en måte ikke vært noe hindring for hvordan jeg utdanner de kontra andre kolleger. De kolleger på lik linje. De har kommet her for å gjøre en jobb, de motivert, og da fortjener de også at jeg behandler de med den samme respekten som jeg gjør overfor de andre kollegaene mine. Jeg tror jo at de fleste kan bli gode ledere. Det mange forskjellige typer ledere som vi trenger i Forsvaret. Så en fallgruve, sånn jeg ser det i hvert fall, å tidlig utelukke seg selv som leder, fordi at man har de og de personlighetstrekka, eller kanskje ikke har følt seg som den naturlige lederen frem til nå. Det mye som kan læres, og det ikke alle lederstiler passer ikke i alle situasjoner. Så i min rolle som troppssersjant og som troppssjef i HMKG, så var jeg på en måte avhengig av å ha unge ledere under meg som turte å ta beslutninger, som var trygge på seg selv og egne valg. Så det å tidlig gjøre de bevisst på den selvstendigheten de måtte utvise, det var viktig. Et av verktøyene vi brukte i HMKG for å utdanne de unge lederne var noe vi kalte Warrior Task List. Det et produkt jeg og en kollega utviklet tilbake 2015 i Telemark bataljon. Det går egentlig ut på å drille, overlære på enkle basisferdigheter. Gjerne innenfor våpen, avdelingsvåpen man besitter i det daglige, personlige våpen, ulike driller, og da også konkurranser, og det på en måte synliggjøre, og med det fremme et ønske om å være best. Skape en sunn konkurransekultur. Jeg blir drevet av utviklingsfokus. Det å se at mennesker blir bedre, se at jobben vi gjør, gjøres bedre. Så den driven for meg går veldig mye på det at man får muligheten i Forsvaret til å bli bedre hver dag. Det givende å se at også andre utvikler seg og blir bedre hver dag.
Herrens rampris for ansvar 2022 tildeles oberstløytnant Rasmus Erlend Solås, Sanitetsbataljon i Brigade Nord. Oberstløytnant Rasmus Solås har vist ansvar langt utover det han kan forvente i sin stilling som sjef for Sanitetsbataljon. Han har gjennom sitt fokus på kompetansebygging, kreativitet og internasjonalt samarbeid sørget for at Sanitetsbataljon har blitt en foretrukken samarbeidspartner, nasjonalt som internasjonalt. Oberstløytnant Solås har spesielt tatt et stort ansvar i forbindelse med pandemien og den medisinske støtten i forbindelse med evakueringen fra Afghanistan. Likeledes har det vært levert et forbilledlig arbeid med å rekruttere medisinsk nøkkelpersonell, og personellivaretagelse generelt noe som virkelig synliggjør ansvarsfølelsen oberstløytnant Solås alltid legger til grunn i sitt arbeid. Oberstløytnant Rasmus Solås et forbilde for Hæren og har etterlevd Hærens kjerneverdig ansvar på en fremragende måte. Bardufoss, 14. september 2022. Lars Lervik, generalmajor, sjef Hæren.
Nei, det å være bataljonssjef jo det tungt i tider, for det er mye som skjer hele tiden, mange krav. Samtidig så det et teamarbeid og folka som gjør jobben til også en glede. Og det jo en teaminnsats, alt som har vært gjort. Og tilliten som jeg ble gitt som ung løytnant, eller ung kaptein, eller ung fenrik, følte jeg at jeg prøvde å gi nedover, slik at de som ledet for eksempel et vaksineoppdrag, eller løytnanten som tok helsebidraget i Tbilisi, hadde tilliten til at de kan gjøre jobben. Og det har de gjort, alle sammen. Og det skal de være stolt av, og så er jeg litt stolt av det selv. Hvis vi bare hadde fokusert på et oppdrag som Tbilisi for eksempel, og ikke husket på at vi må utdanne de vernepliktige, for det var jo nettopp de vernepliktige som sørget for at vi hadde volumet som skulle til for å drive vaksineoppdraget. Vi stilte jo 5 team, så røftlig en fjerdedel av det totale antall team i hele Forsvaret stilte vi. Så omlag 75 personer i sving. Og måten vi gjorde det på, at vi hadde de vernepliktige, som var under ledelse av de fast ansatte og de vervede, som ga oss reaksjonsevne, og helsepersonellet som sørget for at det er helsemessig forsvarlig. Og under gode ledelser av troppssersjanter. Så hadde vi ikke holdt fokus på det august 21, så hadde det vært vanskelig for oss å løse oppdraget i desember 21. Et oppdrag som varte til godt ut i februar. Så du kan si at på en side så var vi i Tbilisi, og på andre siden så drev vi vaksinebuss i Rennesøy utenfor Stavanger. Et oppdrag som vi ikke hadde trent på, for å si det sånn, eller trodde jeg noensinne skulle løse. Jeg husker veldig godt da det kom inn i hæren, for det er jo hæren som startet med respekt, ansvar, mot. Og jeg synes det er gode kjerneverdier som er enkle, men også komplekse, for det inneholder så mye. Og jeg synes også det er veldig positivt at man deler ut en pris en gang i året. Ikke bare til de som har vært ekstremt modige i operasjoner, men også de som gjør viktige jobber i dagliglivet også, i avdelingene. Så det er jeg har et godt forhold til det. Så jeg er jo i uniformen og i Forsvaret fordi det dreier seg om forsvar av Norge. Det er liksom grunnpilaren for meg. Den allierte dimensjonen er selvsagt svært viktig for oss. Vi klarer oss ikke alene, og alle operasjoner vi også gjør utenlands, om det er i Irak eller Litauen eller andre steder, så gjør vi det internasjonalt. Hvis vi trener sammen i det daglige, så er det mye lettere å jobbe sammen hvis det blir alvor.
Og sist, men absolutt ikke minst. Herrens rampris for mot 2022 tildeles kaptein Ove Røseth Solli, Panserbataljon, Brigade Nord. Daværende kaptein og nå major, Ove Røseth Solli, har utvist stort mot og tatt ansvar ved å vise åpenhet rundt temaet psykisk helse, som kan fremstå som et tabubelagt emne både i samfunnet generelt og i Forsvaret. Solli sitt mot til å stå frem med sine utfordringer i forbindelse med avdelingens verdidag har bidratt til et endret syn på viktigheten av å være åpen og ærlig på psykiske utfordringer. Og ikke minst bidra til at flere har vært i stand til å utnytte de ressursene vi har rundt oss. Kaptein Ove Røseth Solli er et forbilde for Hæren, og har etterlevd Hærens kjerneverdi mot på en fremragende måte. Bardufoss, 14. september 2022, Lars Lervik, generalmajor, sjef Hæren.
Det startet i det små, og en gambling-nettside, de spiller på alle reseptorene dine i form av lyd, syn, hørsel, for å på en måte gi deg det adrenalinet. Historien min startet i utgangspunktet høsten 2010. Min far, han døde av kreft en måned før jeg deployerte til Afghanistan. Afghanistan i 2010-2011 skjedde det jo mye, og når jeg kom hjem så skulle jeg starte på krigsskolen, flyttet til Oslo og kom ganske tett på 22. juli. Så flyttet jeg opp til Skjold, startet å tjenestegjøre som troppssjef i 2. bataljon. Virkeligheten i hverdagen med det å være sjef for en stor avdeling. Et enormt, mye arbeidsoppgaver som gjorde at stresshverdagen i jobb var veldig høy. Underveis i dette her så fortsetter jo tralten med å gamble i det skjulte. Det er jo ingen som visste om på en måte hva jeg sto i. Jeg hadde mange ting jeg prøvde å bearbeide internt hos meg selv, for det er noe jeg alltid har gjort. Og jeg var ikke åpen om på en måte mine behov opp mot de rundt meg. Etter hvert som gamblingproblematikken og spilleavhengigheten min tok av gårde, så var jo skammen rundt å ha såpass lite kontroll over eget liv, såpass stor. Så kommer egentlig vendepunktet hos meg ved at jeg er på jakttur i Trøndelag, der en av mine bedre kompiser fra tida i Forsvaret kommer med en historie om broren hans. Jeg kjente meg veldig igjen på forløpet, som også handler om gambling, der han ramler utpå, spiller på seg masse gjeld, blir psykisk syk, rusmisbruker, og til slutt ender opp med å avslutte livet sitt. Og da tenkte jeg at nå må jeg gjøre noe med det her. Og oppsøkte da stressmestringsteamet, for de hadde jo hatt forbindelse med i etterkant og underveis i tida mi i Afghanistan. Og for meg som har vært en person som har bearbeidet alt på innsida av skallet, på innsida av uniformen, egentlig hele livet mitt. Det å sette seg ned overfor et annet menneske og legge fram problemene mine, var det som skulle til for at da var på en måte ballongen sprukket, og det var starten på turen opp igjen. Det betyr mer for meg at andre kan komme seg tidligere ut av et problem de står i, enn at jeg skal tape ansikt. Og alle de fordommene jeg hadde rundt det å dele historien min om å bli dømt, bli sett ned på, ble jo egentlig slått i hjel til det helt motsatte. Alle prater med kommer til meg og sier at det er en enorm styrke, en sterk historie. Og jeg har hatt relativt mange samtaler med folk som jeg også har på en måte fått satt i gang prosessen på å komme seg videre med ting som de sliter selv med da, på mentale plan. Og det varmer hjertet mitt.
På starten av dagen i dag så sa jeg at jeg er stolt av å være soldat. Og grunnen til det har du sett 4 av de grunnene. Utrolig stolt av å være soldat i den norske hæren. Utrolig stolt av de 4 som dere har fått lov til å bli litt kjent med i dag. Med det så avslutter vi Army Summit 2022. Tusen takk til alle sammen, og vel hjem.